Orders of the
Government orders, government bills. Consideration at third reading of Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, for Ms. Freeland, sponsored by Ms. Gould, or seconded by Ms. Gould. Did I say? Okay, very good. Moves that Bill C-47, an act to amend Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to be here today to speak to Bill C-47. And let me start by saying that through this bill, our government will move forward on an important commitment we made to ensure that Canada finally accedes to the Arms Trade Treaty. Now, I'm sure that everybody in this chamber will agree with me in saying that all countries have an obligation to take action against the violence that is fueled by the illicit trade in conventional weapons. The ATT is the first international treaty that seeks to tackle this illicit trade and, in doing so, take steps against the violence that this trade perpetuates. The ATT sets an essential standard for the international community. In doing so, it seeks to contribute to the international and regional peace, security and stability. It seeks to reduce human suffering and promote cooperation, transparency, and responsible action by countries. It is due time that Canada joins our partners and allies in our accession to the treaty. I'm also proud of the amendments that the Foreign Affairs Committee has made to strengthen this bill. Our government heard from committee members and civil society that they would like to see ATT criteria placed directly into the legislation, including the considerations of peace and security, human rights, and gender-based violence. And we supported the committee in making these changes. The criteria against which applications to export arms from Canada will now be embedded directly into Canadian law. I'm also proud to point out that we also made sure to include the consideration of gender-based violence or violence against women and children as a fifth key criteria in this legislation. We've made a significant change to the legislation as well by including a substantial risk test in what is now being proposed. This would mean that for the first time, there would be a direct legal requirement for the government to refuse export permits for items where there is a substantial risk that they would be used to violate the criteria. Bill C-47 would allow Canada to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, would allow Canada to meet its international obligations, and, significantly, would ensure that Canada holds itself to a higher standard in the export of arms. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs said before the Foreign Affairs Committee this February, it is long overdue that Canada joins many of our NATO and G7 partners by acceding to the ATT. We have heard support for the Arms Trade Treaty from civil society, from non-governmental organizations, and from Canadians. We also heard the clear desire to do better and to be ambitious in our strengthening of Bill C-47. Originally, we had planned to place the criteria by which exports are judged, including human rights, into regulation. But we heard from committee members and civil society that they would like to see the Arms Trade Treaty criteria placed directly into legislation. Mr. Speaker, once again, let me reiterate, this would include considerations of peace and security, human rights, and gender-based violence. Going further than that, the bill now includes a substantial risk clause in the legislation. Such a clause would mean that Canada would not allow the export of arms if there was a substantial risk that it would be used to commit human rights violations. Mr. Speaker, this is a significant decision. It will mean changes in how Canada regulates selling weapons. This is the most significant change to how Canada evaluates the export of military goods in over 30 years. It is simply the right thing to do. Le TCA découle de la préoccupation.
This treaty stems from the concern about the direct consequences and indirect consequences of the international arms trade, which perpetuates conflicts, harming people and development. We need to show constructive leadership within the international community in a rules-based system with our partners in order to promote peace, security, and prosperity for the entire world. The Arms Trade Treaty recognizes states' right to participate in responsible arms trade, legitimate, lawful arms trade, in a responsible fashion. The treaty seeks to ensure that every state has an effective system to monitor exports, to regulate the illegitimate arms trade, and to take transparent steps to combat the illegal arms trade.
Exige de tous les États partis qu'ils évaluent leurs exportations d'armes conventionnelles.
This requires states to adhere to strict standards so that the arms trade cannot be used to perpetrate violations of human rights or contribute to international terrorism or other organized crime.
It's important to note that the ATT does not require its member states to automatically halt all exports to countries with challenging geopolitical or security situations. Rather, states must assess the risk of an individual export and consider options to mitigate potential risk. In other words, states must apply due diligence in considering exports and weigh both the risks and the benefits of specific exports of conventional arms. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that, despite some claims to the contrary, the ATT does not and will not affect domestic gun ownership of firearms. This principle is even enshrined in the preamble of the treaty, which recognizes, and I quote, the legitimate trade and lawful ownership and use of certain conventional arms for recreational, cultural, historical, and sporting activities where such trade, ownership, and use are permitted and protected by law, end of quote. Bill C-47 does not affect domestic gun controls. Bill C-47 does not create a gun registry. Despite this reality, the Conservatives are trying to fearmonger and make up what I am not surprised they are doing, and they have put forward a motion that ignores the reality of Bill C-47. Mr. Speaker, as I noted, our government is committed to returning Canada to its rightful place amongst global leaders in promoting responsible arms trade. It is shameful that Canada has not already become party to the ATT. We are alone amongst NATO allies, G7 partners, and even the OECD states in not having signed or ratified. Canadians want better of their government. They expect us to participate in multilateral efforts to ensure that any transfers of conventional arms are done responsibly. This bill sets a higher standard that lives up to the letter and spirit of the ATT and reflects the leadership role that Canadians expect Canada to play in this most important area. The
ATT also clearly references assessing risks to peace, security, and human rights, as well as the risk of gender-based violence. This is an issue that has a significant role to play in considering modern arms export assessments, but wouldn't have officially been taken into account 10 or 20 years ago. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, our government intends to see Canada go even further than the ATT requires when it comes to gender-based violence and violence against women and children. We are therefore proposing not only to assess exports based on the risk of such terrible situations occurring, but also, contrary to the ATT itself, we will be assessing this consideration by the same standards as for all other considerations relating to the HET. That means that we will be applying the same provisions concerning significant risk to violence against women and children and gender-based violence.
Mr. Speaker, a second major step for Canada's accession to the ATT will be to ensure that we meet the requirements of Article 10, which requires each state to regulate brokering. Brokering involves arranging the transfer of arms between a second and third country. Brokering itself is not a crime, and responsible arms brokers can play a legitimate role in arranging and facilitating sales. However, there have also been far too many cases of unscrupulous arms brokers putting profit ahead of human lives. Transactions facilitated by these brokers have seen weapons transferred to conflict zones, even zones under UN arm embargoes, or to terrorists and criminal gangs. Nevertheless, Canada is coming late to regulating brokering. Almost all of our close partners regulate this activity. We seek to bring Canada up to speed. Toutefois,
however, Canada cannot combat the risks of unregulated or irresponsible arms trade by itself alone. In order to guarantee the success of the HET, it needs to be implemented effectively by the largest possible number of states. That's why our government has contributed $1 million to the funding mechanism of the United Nations for cooperation in regulating arms. This fund provides direct support to states to encourage them to adhere to the ATT and strengthen their export-import control systems. Canada's ratification of the ATT will make it possible for us to cooperate more effectively with our international partners to combat the negative effects of conventional arms in conflict areas. We've also established a partnership with the NGO, it's an international NGO called Small Arms Survey, to combat the flow of illicit arms in the Libya-Chad-Sudan triangle. The results of this investigation will enable Canada to put in place concrete controls to reduce the flow of illicit arms along the pathways identified by this NGO and to bring a real contribution to the daily lives of those in this region who are threatened by conventional arms.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a final point about C-47 and the Arms Trade Treaty. Some have criticized this bill for not going far enough or have taken issues with certain parts of it. First of all, I do not agree, as we have gone back to the drawing board numerous times to accept amendments and challenge ourselves to make it stronger each and every time. That being the case, I do try to understand where these perspectives come from. Just the same, I would encourage those persons, including some members of this House, not to lose sight of the forest for the trees. The objective of the Arms Trade Treaty is to prevent and eradicate the illicit trade in conventional arms and prevent their diversion. Canada should and must play a role in combating this diversion and the violence it creates. Mr. Speaker, let's not lose sight of the real aim of the Arms Trade Treaty. The aim of this legislation is not to end the defense industry, as we may infer from some of the members opposite's comments throughout debate in the House and in committee. Mr. Speaker, this industry is integral to our economy and key in supplying our own military. And whether or not some members of this House think the changes to Canada's arms export system go far enough, we should not ignore the fact that including the ATT criteria in legislation and creating a new and legally binding substantial risk clause are the most significant changes to how Canada evaluates the export of arms in over 30 years. Mr. Speaker, we need to work together to ensure Canada can join the Arms Trade Treaty. Our allies all did it years ago. Mr. Speaker, this is our collective duty. Let's not cut off our nose to spite our face. And let's be proud of the changes brought forth in Bill C-47. And let me close in saying that I firmly believe that Canada can once again take a leadership role on this issue in its accession in joining the ATT. I encourage, Mr. Speaker, all my colleagues in this House to support this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague on the other side for a wonderful speech. In the meantime, there's a bit of a disagreement here about the fear-mongering that always come up from the other side when we disagree, or at least we have a better viewpoint over what we aim to get out of such laws or such regulations that we come up with. The government, during testimony, I asked a question to a very prominent witness, and the answer whether this bill is a step forward or a step backward. The answer came, this isn't a step backward, but for sure that tells us that this bill hasn't done much. Actually, it's a step backward coming in comparison to our current protocol that Canada established in 1947.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to my friend from Edmonton Manning. I would agree this bill is not a step forward. It is in fact 2 steps forward, Mr. Speaker. The bill does 2 important things here to strengthen what is already a rather robust arms export system in Canada. First of all, it creates it places criteria upon which a decision is made to allow an export of a certain arm. It places that criteria directly into legislation, making a new legally binding component to any decision made by this government and any future government on how it permits the export of arms. Secondly, it also creates that same framework around the brokering of arms. We have not been able to regulate third parties brokering the sale of arms into conflict zones. So for those 2 reasons, it creates 2 steps forward in the strengthening of our arms export system. Let me just also say and reiterate that in no way does this affect the lawful use of guns and firearms in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We heard that testimony mentioned numerous times by witnesses across civil society. We were even able to satisfy lawful gun owners with the insertion of a for greater certainty clause in Bill C-47. Canadians should know that this will in no way affect domestic gun ownership in Canada. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would say that this is maybe a half step or a quarter step. The NDP has been calling for years for Canada to accede to the arms trade treaty, but now they're really only doing it in half measures, maybe 1/3 measures. There are still a lot of shortcomings in this bill that will directly and flagrantly violate the content of the arms trade treaty. For example, refusing to review export permits if new facts emerge. Now, that seems like a fairly basic thing to me that's in the text of the treaty. And then the exemption for the U.S., no permits, no information, no follow-up, nothing. And that's why, despite what some on the government side seem to be so proud of, as of today, the experts are still against this bill, despite the minor improvements. And that's why, in recent days, 33,000 Canadians wrote to the minister to complain about the fact that the bill did not at all address the question of the export and transfer of arms to the U.S. So will the government listen to those 33,000 Canadians who signed petitions, as well as experts, and withdraw this bill, bring it back to the drawing board? We are ready to work with them to have a bill that actually makes sense and that will not undermine the treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, je vais faire mon
Mr. Speaker, I'll do my best to address some of the points raised by my honourable colleague, and I appreciate all the work that she's done on committee to improve this bill. Mr. Speaker, the experts agree with this government that it is time for Canada to accede to the Trade Arms Treaty. I know that we have somewhat divergent points of view between the Liberal and the NDP, but, you know, they're going to rise in the House and vote against a bill that would see Canada acceding to this important treaty. The member across the way also mentioned the fact that the minister should have the responsibility of reviewing permits if new information emerges. But the minister already has that ability, and we have an example of that that was very public, that everyone could see this very year. Now, finally, has the member across the way talked to her colleague, the member for London Fanshawe, to see if she agrees that we should let arms be exported to Saudi Arabia, or is the NDP now against the exports that they were in favor of in the 2015 election? Questions and comments.
For Hamilton, West, Ancaster, Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech today. The question that I have is that we know that Bill C-47 formalizes the accountability process by which export permits are considered and includes the factors that are to be considered as set out in Article 7. Just if I can have the Parliamentary Secretary's comments on why formalizing this process is important and perhaps address some of the factors that are taken into account.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Certainly for years, Canada has had a robust export control system where considerations were supposed to be taken by the minister and the government responsible before the issuing of any export permits were done. We are now creating a legally binding requirement for the government to consider certain criteria upon which an export permit will be evaluated. Considerations like whether the arms could be sold or delivered into an area or diverted into an area where they could cause grave atrocities, they could contravene international humanitarian law, they could contravene individuals' human rights, they could be used to perpetuate gender-based and sexual violence. We're creating a legally binding requirement that our current minister, our current government must take into consideration, but also all future governments must take into consideration. And we are also applying that legally binding requirement to the brokering of arms and creating a new, higher, substantial risk test to make sure that all those considerations are considered before we sign any export permit for the sale of conventional arms.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, it seems to me that the intent of this bill is to plug the hole where Canadian arms were actually getting into places where there was conflict and causing human rights issues. And I'm not exactly understanding what the mechanism is. As I see it, in 2014, out of the 7,000 permits that came through, only 10 of them were rejected. So what exactly is being done to get traceability on parts and equipment that are manufactured to ensure they don't fall into the wrong hands? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has quite a robust export control system that tracks the sale and then what happens with the sale of these arms when they are sold and delivered abroad. What this bill allows us to do, and perhaps to address the question of my honourable colleague, it allows us to work in our accession to the Arms Trade Treaty with the international community to create a more robust control and reporting system internationally and raise the capacity of other countries up to the standard that that Canada has had for many years, lacking just a few small pieces, the two small steps that I mentioned to her colleague who sits close to her. This is an opportunity for Canada to play a leadership role, to work with the international community, to work with those who want to strengthen the capacity of other countries who do not have as strong of an export control system as Canada does.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de l'Ottawa.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll just start by going through a few facts, because there are some government representatives who have been spreading falsehoods in the last few days. For example, they're saying that we oppose the idea of Canada acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty. The people who are spreading that fake news know that this is not the case. We have always supported Canada's accession to the Arms Trade Treaty. In fact, we have been calling for it for years. But we want to do this properly. We want to accede fully to the treaty, not just by half measures. And the bill before us today does not do that. I will read you an extract of an email I received from Project Plowshare, which is probably the best-known organization in Canada when it comes to arms control. They said in English,
Day of debate on Bill C-47 for Canada to join the Arms Trade Treaty. Et là, j'aimerais que mes collègues
now I'd like my colleagues across the way to listen well.
Use the merits of the ATT with merits of the bill.
And they say,
things remain in export controls, notably loopholes on the export of arms to the U.S.
And that is why, because there are these huge holes that we can't support this bill. We support the Arms Trade Treaty, but we do not support the bill that would implement it. That is why I cannot support it. The NDP cannot support it. And that's why the experts don't support it. Now, they may express some satisfaction about some of the specific changes that the government accepted, but as of today, they are against this bill. That's why thousands of people wrote to the minister, calling on them to withdraw the bill and to make a more comprehensive bill that covers exports to the U.S.
English, because it's too important. I mean, when people from the government are spreading falsehood, that really, I'm sorry, I'm usually patient, but that really drives me mad. And I think these people should be ashamed of themselves. So they say we are opposing acceding to the ATT. That's a bit rich. It's the NDP who has been pushing for years for Canada to accede to the ATT. But we want to do it well. We want to do it completely, not a half-baked measure. In fact, C-47 does not do that. It does not reflect the letter or the spirit of the treaty, and it may weaken the treaty in doing so. So that's why I cannot support it. That's why experts on arms control, as of today, still oppose Bill C-47, and that's why 33,000 Canadian citizens wrote to the minister and asked her to fix that bill.
So the Liberals are defending this idea, and they're really showing a lack of respect for the experts. Now, what's the main problem? I'll go over it fairly briefly because I know I don't have a lot of time. First of all, there are the exports to the U.S. Over half of our exports go to the U.S.
Speaker, that more than half of our export go towards the United States. We don't even know if it's 52% or maybe 57%. Oh, who knows, 62%. Why? Because we have absolutely no information on our export to the U.S. And with this bill, not only all our export to the U.S. will not be covered, but even when we ask for the small step of reporting to Parliament about those exports, the Liberals refuse. So no transparency at all, no willingness to give this Parliament, this House, some sort of power to oversee the sometimes very troubling issue of our arms export. And we will remember that twice we've tried to create a committee that could kind of oversee, that could provide oversight over our arms export, and twice the Liberals turned it down. So why does it matter? Well, it matters a matter of principle, of transparency, of democracy. It matters also because under the administration, the Trump administration, they are lowering their standards for arms export. So we've seen, for example, that some piece and equipment, Canadian equipment, go to the United States, and then they become part of shipments that go to countries like Nigeria. And we've got our arms sales to Nigeria, but now Canadian arms find their way to Nigeria through that loophole. I have a problem to call it loophole because it's so huge, you know. It's like a donut with a 3 feet large hole in the middle, you know. It's amazing, and they can still say, oh yes, we're acceding to the treaty. No, I'm sorry, we're not acceding to the treaty. We're just putting our big toe in the water, not more than that. So this is a huge hole, and we even learned a few weeks ago there was this big story about helicopter sale to the Philippines that were going to the Philippines without requiring an export permit. How interesting. Selling helicopters to a president, to the army of a president who boasted he's once thrown somebody out of an helicopter and was ready to do it again. And why didn't it need an export permit? Because the deal was organized with an agreement with Department of National Defense and the Canadian Commercial Corporation, and it was deemed that helicopters are not military stuff. So, you know, it just went through. It created hoopla. Of course, Canadians were upset by that. So what are we learning now is that the company is now planning to send the helicopters to the U.S. and then they will go on to the Philippines. So it's no control over end users. So that's a big, and that fact that it doesn't cover all of government, the bill, because the bill makes amendment to the Import and Export Permit Act, and the Canadian Crown Corporation is not covered by that act, as officials have told us precisely. Autre enjeu aussi, la question.
Another issue is the issue of reviewing permits if new facts emerge. This is in the treaty. So why don't people want to include it in the act? I don't understand. When there's new information that emerges, the government should make it its duty to review the permits that have been granted.
Listen, I could speak about this for hours. I think actually that I have spoken about it for hours over the past several weeks. Everyone can read my blog on the topic and my Twitter. But I would like to take this opportunity to say this again today. I've written about it. Others have written about it. And experts have written about it. We have all said how full of flaws this bill is. when a country says that it's going to accede to a treaty and then they do this half-baked bill, well, it affects everyone because then other countries can do the same. So what Canada is doing right now is just sort of acceding a little tiny bit. But what it's actually doing is weakening the treaty, and they're not going to do that in my name. And that is why.
By the member for Victoria, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. This House declined to give third reading to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments, parentheses, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, because it, A, doesn't require the Minister of Foreign Affairs to reassess existing export permits should new information about human rights abuses be revealed post-export, does not allow for export of military goods to the United States to be licensed, tracked, or reported back to Canadians in any way, goes against the spirit and the letter of the Arms Trade Treaty. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved by Madame Lavaldière, seconded by Mr. Rankin, that the motion be amended by deleting all words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declined to give third reading to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and Criminal Code, excuse me, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments because it, A, doesn't require the Minister for Foreign Affairs to reassess existing export permits should new information about human rights abuses be revealed post-export, and B, does not allow for exports of military goods to the United States to be licensed, tracked, or reported back to Canadians in any way. C, goes against the spirit of the letter of the Arms Trade Treaty. The amendment is in order and accepted. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a tremendous respect for my honourable colleague, but I am tremendously disappointed to hear that she is trying to block this legislation from moving ahead to third reading, because, in fact, let's be clear, the Arms Trade Treaty, once Canada accedes to it, is legally binding on Canada, both under international law and under Canadian law, all of the Arms Trade Treaty. But in order to do that, we need Bill C-47 to pass, because this is the enabling legislation that is a precondition to Canada acceding to the treaty. There are child soldiers and women who are being raped and human rights defenders and all of these people around the world who don't want to wait anymore. This delay by my honourable colleague is actually going to cost a lot of people around the world. I would like to ask her, is it not true that we need this bill to accede to the treaty, and once we accede to the treaty, it is fully and completely legally binding on Canada?
The Honourable
Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
Canada, ça voudrait dire si tous les...
That would mean, if they were fully binding on Canada, that would mean this. The minister would have to reassess export permits when new information arises, and the Liberals refuse to include that. And it would also mean that there would be no discrimination at all, because we would at least include reporting on exports to the United States that represent half of our exports. We're not just talking about a small amount here. And I'd just like to read something to my colleague. She spoke about child soldiers and women dying. So I'd like to read something to her that on control arms or by control arms. They're very, very well known. And when they spoke in Geneva last week, this is what they asked for. They were referring to Canada at the time, and they said,
ensuring that national implementation systems will ultimately be fully treaty compliant at the time of accession. We note in this regard the example of Canada, which is currently working through the ATT accession process. While we welcome Canada's decision to become a state party, we do have concerns with, for example, current plans to maintain a licensing and reporting exemptions for transfer to Canada's largest defense trade partner, the United States. As the relevant legislation is still in draft form undergoing parliamentary review, we hope that, rather than sprinting to accession, Canada can address this damaging loophole before becoming an ATT state party. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. One of the questions I have, I see that there are a lot of countries that have not signed on to the treaty, and I don't really understand the concerns that they have and why they've not signed on. And I wonder if she could elaborate on anything she knows about why other countries have not signed on to the treaty.
Yeah.
Laurier Sainte-Marie.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for this question. And I must also thank her for her tenacity and her professionalism. Despite her voice problems today, I'm so glad she's here to put questions in the House today. It's true that there are some countries who have not acceded to the treaty. There are very few countries who haven't signed it. The United States did sign it. They didn't ratify it, but they signed it. And unfortunately, in all situations like this one, there will always be those countries who do not necessarily want to be good team players. And that's why I am so troubled by this bill. You see, Canada isn't being a good player. When Canada is singled out in Geneva, it means that it hasn't come forward with appropriate legislation, and it means that we're not necessarily good players. We're simply projecting the image, perhaps, that we're being good players, but we're not. And that's not okay. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to join others in saluting my colleague from Laurier Sainte-Marie for her excellent speech and for her tenacity and long-standing support of the treaty. And I think as well for pointing out the government's, if I can call it, false narrative, both about the bill, about the NDP's position on the bill, and about the position of those 33,000 people who provided their input on this, and the experts who agree that it's far from a good arrangement. Mr. Speaker, the member in her speech talked about the social media today from Project Plowshares, a well-known group that suggested one must distinguish between the treaty and Bill C-47. They have long supported the treaty, as has she, but they point out as the, quote, shortcomings remaining in the export controls, like the loophole with respect to exports to the United States. That was the burden of the amendment by my colleague. I'd ask her to elaborate on that so-called loophole.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying earlier, I'd love to find another word for loophole. because when you have a loophole that's as big as half the bill, it's pretty big. So if anyone has ideas for another word we could use for this, I'd be happy to hear it, because it's literally an abyss. You know, experts at first only mentioned a few issues. For example, exports to the United States. They also raised the issue of the Canada Commercial Corporation. They also raised issues regarding the Department of Defense and being able to reassess existing permits if new facts emerge. I believe there were 10 recommendations, actually. 10 issues that should be fixed in the bill. In the end, the government agreed to fixing a couple of those problems, but the biggest flaws have not been fixed. And that is why everyone, except the people on the other side of the House, feel that it is a bad bill. And if we want to really accede to the arms trade treaty, we have to do it properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague for Laurier-Sainte-Marie for her remarks, and I would like to ask her this. Does she feel if what is in this bill is an example of the Liberals' general way of doing things in government? In other words, a bill is tabled, there are beautiful words that are spoken about it, about progressive values, etc. But when you actually look at the content of the bill, you find the opposite. And it really is just business as usual. We saw this for tax havens. It was nice words on the part of the Liberals, but tax havens continue to exist. Tackling the environment, well, we strut around in Paris and promise draconian measures, but what we end up doing is continue to support the oil sands. So is this what's happening once again with Bill C-47? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I absolutely agree with him. Once again, it's smoke and mirrors. It's just a show. We say we're going to accede to the arms trade treaty, but we just do a little bit and we leave the rest behind. And we've seen this everywhere. They say they're going to have a feminist government. Well, here we have a feminist government selling arms to Saudi Arabia. We have a government that says that it's concerned about climate change, and then they end up buying old pipelines in the hopes that they'll be able to expand them. We have a government that talks about tax fairness. There's a good one. And then what does it do? It signs new agreements that will simply continue the use of tax havens. So really, you're just aiding and abetting all those people who use tax havens. And I think, yes, this is a typical kind of behavior. We're all realizing that on important issues, they're simply doing the same thing. And it's, once again, it's almost like a repeating chorus. They talk a lot and they do very little. In fact, they sometimes even do the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. I just want to remind the Honourable Member that we'll be breaking for question period after about 5 minutes, so he'll have another 15 minutes coming his way once we resume. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the people of Ontario, the Ontarian, for electing a new PC government yesterday. It was a great victory. And I think that they made the right choice of selecting a government that's going to serve the people for most and foremost, and nobody else other than that. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today this beautiful morning to speak about Bill C-47, a piece of legislation that does not achieve its stated purpose. I've spoken about this bill before. This bill is ineffective, it's unfair, and it's a step backwards. And in that fashion, I do mean every word I say about this bill. This bill is a further example of the Liberal doing what they do best, chasing an optic while ignoring the tangible effects of their actions. Canada has a robust and effective system of arms control that has served us well for decades and continue to serve us as well for the longest time that we need it. Mr. Speaker, I called C-47 a step backwards. And as I said earlier, I mean this quite literally. The system that we currently operate under meets or exceeds anything that is proposed by the UN treaty. And it is, in fact, our current protocol exceeds the UN treaty proposed legislation or law that is being given to us to look and to change. I have the honor and the pleasure of sitting on the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. So when we were studying this legislation, Amnesty International appeared as a witness to discuss this legislation. And the testimony was very, very quite interesting. Rather, is very, very important things that we were able to gather from the people up here before committee. So Amnesty International says, and as we know, it's an organization that has a lot of trust and respect on the world stage and in Canada, and they wanted to, we wanted to get their opinion on the difference between the legislation proposed and the current regime that we have already in Canada. They told us, I quote, "In the critical aspects where we need strengthening, it is not a step forward." So I'll repeat that again. In the critical aspects where we need strengthening, it is not a step forward. That is by Alex Neve, the Secretary General of Amnesty International Canada, on October 31st, 2017. So, Mr. Speaker, if we are not making a substantive progress, so then why are we doing what we're doing? We know that the United States, Russia, and other major countries that make up the majority of the sales of military equipment have either not signed or have not, and likely will not, ratify that treaty. So here's an irony in this whole thing, that the major nations that we know that they do the majority of sales of military equipment, they have never not signed or have not will not likely be signing it or ratifying the treaty. So like many ineffective international treaties, the key participants in the trade are not part of the treaty. And again, we have the right to ask these questions before we step into adapting anything that comes our way, no matter where it comes from. So this bill cannot be effective because as an international regime, we know it's been ignored by or boycotted by major players in the international arms trade. And that is an area where we also have to pay attention to, because we're not the only player on the world stage, and we have to consider looking at those major players before we look into any law or any piece of legislation or any anything coming our way, or any treaty that we have to agree to for the longest term, because it means so much to Canada, and we have to be very careful considering doing what we're doing. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 15 minutes coming his way when we resume debating C-47. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, currently in La Malbaie, the great powers of the world are meeting, the G7. That's where the senior managers meet with their masters to talk about what's going to happen in the world. This puts the accent on the dominant ideologies in the world: unbridled trade, globalization, neoliberal political agendas, and so on. It goes on against the backdrop of people who are working harder and harder just to make their ways in the lives, in the world. It's time that we think about people who are struggling. It's time to come to the aid of those who truly need our help. It's time that we remember we can still dream about a better world. And to quote Gérald Godin, you remember, Godin, that you have to dream today about what we're going to do tomorrow.
Bona Vista, Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate Paul and Dean Oram of Glovertown in my riding. On Wednesday, May 16th, Paul, at age 8, returned to the Janeway Children's Hospital in St. John's to ring the Bill of Hope after 5 years cancer-free. There were other reasons to celebrate too, as Paul and his father reached their goal of raising $50,000 for the Children's Wish Foundation. When his father asked him what he wanted to do to celebrate his 5-year anniversary, Paul told him that he wanted to give the gift of making 5 other children happy. They set the goal of raising $10,000 per wish. The family spent 7 months raising funds, and they set up an online auction, which raised over $35,000. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Paul for being 5 years cancer-free, and to thank him and his father for their contribution to the people in our community and our province.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we have the privilege of meeting people all across our great country. No matter where I have been, I haven't met anyone with the passion, enthusiasm, or unmatched dedication to her community that can match Edmonton Manning's own Carol Quirren. Carol is always on the go, and I have been blessed to call her my friend. Sadly, early this year, Carol was diagnosed with ALS, a terrible disease for which there's no known cure. Mr. Speaker, virtually everyone in this House has a personal story about ALS, and many have helped raise awareness and funds for research to find a cure for this deadly disease. While a cure has yet to be discovered, one drug, edaravone, has been found to slow progression by 33%. Unfortunately, this drug isn't yet approved by Health Canada and is very difficult and expensive to obtain. I hope that the Minister of Health can help speed up the approval of this drug, like I and many other Canadians have written to request. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chiswick-Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Leslie Choice, 40 years of publishing in Nova Scotia. He immigrated from the United States in 1978, and he founded the Portersfield Press Publishing Company. And what's really impressive here is that over almost 60 people, first-time authors, he published those, and most of them wrote about Nova Scotia, about the blacks in Nova Scotia, and about various communities in Nova Scotia, if you want. Now, Mr. Speaker, he shared his wealth and knowledge in many universities where he was a teacher, of course, and what's also impressive is that currently he's teaching at the Dalhousie University as a part-time teacher, and I recommend to the House, to be honest with you, to read his award-winning book, Republic of Nothing. And I want to congratulate him for his work he's done, but also for the authors that promoted Nova Scotia literacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'm proud to rise in the House today to mark People with Disabilities Week from June 1st to 7th, 2018. The theme for this, its 22nd year, Together, Let's Build a More Inclusive Society. For the occasion, I'd like to congratulate those organizations in the Greater Drummond area who play a key role in the lives of people living with disabilities. The Drummond Association of People with Disabilities, its director Danielle Maillot, and President Brigitte Baril, the Drummond Association of Parents of Children with Disabilities, and their team Danny Lausière, Karine Fournier, and Nathalie Laroche, the Drummond Association of Caregivers and its coordinator, Emmanuel Blanchard, the Normand Léveillé Center and its director, Jocelyne Bérubé, founding administrator and president, Martin Lupien. Thank you to all those organizations in the Drummond area who facilitate the full integration of people with disabilities.
On their first ever flag raising ceremony.
I sometimes hear people ask members of the LGBTQ community, if you can already get married, why do you still march? Well, they still march because in some parts of the world it's still legal to refuse a customer a wedding cake because of their sexual orientation. They still march because it was only this year with our government's C-16 that gender identity and expression was recognized as a protected ground of discrimination. It was not too long ago that a nightclub shooting in Orlando took the lives of 49 people because of who they loved.
The fact that we aren't done yet. We have a very long way to go, so let's continue to work along with every Canadian to ensure that no matter who you love, you are treated as an equal. Happy Pride Month.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, in Fort McMurray, we erected a monument to the 162 Canadians who died serving their country among the 40,000 other Canadians who served in the Afghan conflict from 2001 to 2014. Early in the morning on Monday, June 4th, that monument was desecrated by vandals. These noble men and women sacrificed their lives in the cause of bringing peace and freedom to the people of Afghanistan. In this country, we build memorials and monuments to recognize the service and sacrifices made by great Canadians in the service of this great country. Mr. Speaker, this cowardly act has no place in our society. The men and women of our armed forces deserve to be treated with our loyalty, respect, and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Today is World Oceans Day. Our $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan prioritizes safer, healthier oceans, and I'd like to commend the Pender Harbour Advisory Council, the District of Sechelt, the Municipality of Bowen Island for their hard work in identifying and removing abandoned vessels. The harbours are being cleaned up. With regard to fisheries, at the Pacific Science Enterprise Centre, over 20 scientists from the Vancouver Aquarium have moved in to share the fisheries lab in West Vancouver. Next year, the West Vancouver School District will graduate its first cohort, whose students will have learned all year long, side by side, with federal scientists. Ocean Ambassadors, representing hundreds of young people, is designing programs together with fisheries, and internationally renowned artist Douglas Copeland assembled his latest public exhibit, Vortex, drawing attention to the horror of ocean plastics on the grounds of the Fisheries Lab in West Vancouver. Our government is 100% behind science research and community engagement on the big challenges that face the world's oceans. This is how we honor World Oceans Day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, there are 3 churches in my riding that has been serving people for almost 50 years under one roof. In 1970, all 3 churches were holding separate services in portables. So they pooled their resources and built Tri-Congregational Church on Finch Avenue. Last Saturday, I attended the Tri-Church Community Fair and Open House. I was amazed at how the members of these churches played together in harmony. I commend the spirit of cooperation of the 4 church reverends, Philip Durr, Victor Lee, Robert Reed, and Wes Chen. Mr. Speaker, at a time when so many of our institutions are breaking apart, it is heartwarming to see a community growing together. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, welcome to Ford Nation. Ontario, ours to recover. For members, I'm pleased to congratulate my provincial counterpart in Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, John Yakabuski, for the overwhelming vote of confidence he received from the smart voters in Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke. Next, I'm pleased to thank the voters who saw through the lies, the innuendo, and dirty campaign tactics of a corrupt party with corrupt policies that have bankrupted Ontario. Under the direction of Gerald Butts and the rest of the Toronto Liberal refugees who fled a sinking ship to sit at the left hand of the Prime Minister, Ottawa is headed down the same terrible path of huge deficits, bad policies, and uncontrolled cronyism. It's going to take years to heal the deep wounds in Ontario. To Premier Doug Ford and all the Conservative team, my sincere congratulations. The campaign to save the rest of Canada from a similar fate begins today.
The Honourable Member de Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
You're going to find them heavy. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, June is Pride Month in Canada. We're celebrating hope, change, and the recognition that as Canadians, we should all be proud to be ourselves. But Pride Month isn't just a celebration. It's also a reminder that the battle against homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia isn't over. Whether it's by passing legislation to protect trans and non-binary people against discrimination, by apologizing to federal public servants and members of the Canadian Armed Forces for their mistreatment on account of their sexual orientation, including my friend Martine Roy, who was unjustly fired, or by providing financial support to the Rainbow Refugee Society to protect LGBTQ refugees, we will keep on defending the rights of LGBTQ2 people both in Canada and abroad. And Mr. Speaker, before I wrap up, I'd like to remind my colleagues from all parties that local Pride activities will go on all through the summer, and I hope to see lots of you in my riding for Montreal's Pride March on August 19th. Thank you.
For Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recognize an Ottawa initiative called The Big Give, which was launched in 2009 by Kathy Blakely. Organized by churches, it is basically a garage sale where all items are free. On Saturday, June 2nd, 130 churches participated Canada-wide in this great initiative. In my riding of Nepean, 10 churches from Barhaven to Bell's Corners offered everything from furniture, clothes, toys, appliances, barbecues, car washes, bouncy castles, all free. Thank you to organizers and volunteers of this year's Big Give at Bible Way Ministries, Cedar View Alliance Church, Emmanuel Alliance Church, Good Shepherd Barhaven Church, Living Waters Christian Assembly, Longfields Community Church, Metropolitan Bible Church, the Ottawa Church of Pentecost, Sequoia Community Church, and Woodvale Pentecostal Church. It was a wonderful day when everybody in the community came together to help one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, June is Thyroid Awareness Month in Canada. Roughly 4 in 10 Canadians will have thyroid disease during their lifetime, but of those, only 50% will be diagnosed. Some will be hyperthyroid, overactive, some will be hypothyroid, underactive, and some will contract thyroid cancer, often known as the good cancer because of its high cure rate. All are treatable. But, Mr. Speaker, if left untreated, thyroid diseases like Graves' disease can have serious long-term health effects, including severe vision impairment and joint problems. As someone who has Graves' disease, I wish that I had been aware of the early warning signs and had been diagnosed and treated much sooner than I was. Mr. Speaker, thyroid disease knows no age. So I encourage all Canadians to visit thyroid.ca to learn about the early warning signs and symptoms of thyroid disease and to see their doctor immediately for diagnosis if they have any doubt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, the people of Ontario made a choice for change. Au nom du gouvernement du Canada.
On behalf of the Government of Canada, I'd like to congratulate the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario and the Premier Designate on their election.
I rise today in the House as well to thank all the candidates of every party who had the courage and the conviction to put their names forward on the ballot and the volunteers who took time out of their busy lives to knock on doors, make calls, and get engaged in the political process. This was truly a Canadian election. Thank you to their families, friends, and communities for being involved in our democracy. As well, Mr. Speaker, j'aimerais également...
I'd also like to thank the outgoing Premier and other MPPs for their years of tireless, dedicated service to the people of Ontario. Thank you very much.
Member for Victoria. Today is World Oceans Day. Oceans regulate our climate, produce half the oxygen we breathe, fuel the water cycle, and provide nourishment for nearly 3 billion people. Yet our oceans are increasingly under threat by rising temperatures, acidification, and pollution. So I'm very proud of two institutions at the University of Victoria that are making a real difference. Oceans Network Canada monitors all 3 of Canada's oceans and provides vital data for scientific research. And the Environmental Law Centre at UVic has recently made superb recommendations on how to tackle plastics in our oceans. My community of Victoria is surrounded by ocean on 3 sides. It's deeply concerned about the risk of a devastating bitumen spill that might result from Kinder Morgan's pipeline and tanker project, which the Liberals just purchased with our tax dollars. Canada's coastline is the longest in the world. Today, especially on World Oceans Day, let's commit to protecting it and protecting Canada's oceans.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, with blue skies over Ontario and Premier Ford's commitment to get rid of the carbon tax, added to the other provinces who oppose this tax, added to the fact that there's no carbon tax with our U.S. competition, the Prime Minister better take all of this as a big wake-up call. Polls show 7 out of 10 Canadians think the carbon tax is just a government money grab, which it is. But even BC, who's had a carbon tax for years, hasn't seen a real reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the Environment Minister can't say how much benefit her carbon tax will bring, or tell Canadians how much the carbon tax is going to cost the average Canadian household. This from a government that promised openness and transparency. Well, Mr. Speaker, last night Canadians spoke out in Ontario against a carbon tax. And when Jason Kenney becomes the Premier of Alberta, that'll mean just a third of the country will be living in a jurisdiction with a punishing carbon tax. Things are definitely looking up for Canadians and for businesses.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marc-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise in the House to mark today the beginning of the G7 summit. As a Quebecer, I'm extremely proud that our beautiful province and our magnificent Charlevoix region in particular can play host to world leaders in connection with this historic event. We all know how happy the people of the Charlevoix area are to show the whole world how beautiful this region is and how proud we are of it as a country.
Just recently, our Prime Minister visited La Malbaie, where he had a positive meeting with local communities and local leaders to discuss this exciting opportunity. On behalf of our government and all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank all of the people of Charlevoix for their warm welcome and hospitality. Merci.
Thank you, and have a great G7.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member for Carleton.
Today, we have the prospect and the future of a government in Ontario for the people. The people have voted for lower taxes. The people have voted for balanced budgets. The people have voted to open Ontario for business. And the people have voted against the Prime Minister's carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister accept the verdict of the people and cancel his carbon tax plan to raise the price of everything?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to start by congratulating all those who put their names forward as candidates in the election that occurred last night. Mr. Speaker, the impacts of climate change don't stop with a change in government, and Canadians expect us to take serious action to address climate change and to grow our economy. That is why we are accelerating the phase-out of coal, making historic investments in cleaner infrastructure, and putting in place a price on carbon pollution to grow the economy in cleaner ways. The science is clear. Climate change is real, and we will continue to deliver on what Canadians and what Ontarians expect.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Kathleen Wynne was this Prime Minister's Liberal soulmate. They agreed on absolutely everything. They both raised taxes. They both ran massive deficits. They both wrap our entrepreneurs in red tape. And they both dance to Gerald Butt's tune. And, Mr. Speaker, the agenda of high taxes and big government, of carbon taxes on working people, has been rejected by Ontarians. Will the Prime Minister take that message?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government was elected on a platform of investing in Canadians to grow our economy and to work to protect the environment. Our plan is working. We have successfully developed the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, a historic agreement to address climate change with the provinces and territories. Since we formed government, the Canadian economy has created over 60% more full-time jobs than the Harper Conservatives did over the same time period. And last month, Canada saw its strongest wage growth year over year since 2009. Our government will continue to invest in Canadians as we continue to grow the middle class and support those working hard to join it.
The honourable member for Carleton.
We asked about the Liberal plan to raise the price of gas by at least 11 cents a litre. They said, that's okay. Kathleen Wynne agrees with us. We said the carbon tax will raise the cost of home heating for the average family. They said, that's okay. Kathleen Wynne is on side with our plan. When we said the carbon tax would make groceries more expensive for the average Canadian family, they said, well, we've got Kathleen Wynne in our corner. Now, Kathleen Wynne has been rejected by the people of Ontario, who have delivered a verdict for the people. Will this government take that message?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that climate change is real, and they expect us to take strong action, and that is exactly what we are doing. We have taken action. We're accelerating the phase-out of traditional coal power. We're making historic investments in clean infrastructure like public transit, and we are putting in place a price on carbon pollution to grow the economy in cleaner ways. I certainly wish, Mr. Speaker, that for the sake of our children and grandchildren, the Conservatives were not making climate change a partisan argument. We will continue to take practical, cost-effective measures to tackle climate change and grow a clean growth economy because, Mr. Speaker, that is what Canadians expect. That is what our children expect.
Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Kathleen Wynne, the great friend of the Prime Minister, was right. The Liberal Party lost yesterday. What happened was that Ontarians clearly said that they wanted a conservative, progressive government that would abolish the Liberal carbon tax, the one that the current government wants to impose. Mr. Speaker, will the government continue with its desire to impose a carbon tax despite the popular will? Mr. Speaker, the impacts of climate change don't stop with a change of government, and Canadians expect us to deal with climate change by taking serious action to improve our economy. This is the reason for which we are reducing the use of fossil fuels. We are investing in green infrastructure and putting a price on pollution to make the economy grow in a green way. Science is clear, climate change is real, and we will continue to meeting Canadians' expectations on this matter. Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, according to the government, under the former government, greenhouse gas emissions were reduced by more than 2% without a Liberal carbon tax. Yesterday, Ontarians sent a clear message. They don't want one. So if the Liberal government wants to go forward despite the popular will they at least have the decency to give Canadians the information about how much it will cost for each Canadian family? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I said, our government was elected on a platform of investing in our economy and protecting our environment. Our plan is working. Since we formed government, the Canadian economy has created many new jobs, far more than under the Conservatives during the same period of time. Last month, Canada saw its biggest salary increase year over year since April 2009. Our government will continue to invest in Canadians to grow the middle class. Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, apparently taking $4.5 billion from taxpayers to buy a pipeline is in the national interest. But as Chief Patrick Madabe from the Anishinaabe Nation said, this government is ready to pull out their checkbook for something that won't contribute to a sustainable future. And so they should also be ready to pay a big amount of money for women's rights, the health system, Indigenous rights, or child welfare. Mr. Speaker, what are the Liberals' real priorities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government came to an agreement with Kinder Morgan to ensure that the pipeline would be built. We will guarantee over 15,000 jobs, including 9,000 in BC, during the construction period. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, this investment is a fair price for Canadians. We are able to undertake this project because we know that we are respecting the trust that Canadians placed in us when it comes to growing the economy and protecting the environment. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Didn't vote to buy a pipeline. Yesterday, the Grand Council chief from the Anishinaabe Nation called the Liberals' decision to spend $4.5 billion on a leaky 65-year-old pipeline very foolish. He asked this: why is the government paying an international company when there are so many needs in this country? It's a good question. Think about how many communities across Canada, particularly Indigenous ones, could benefit from this level of investment. So my question, if the Liberals were to invest these billions of dollars in clean energy, would we create more or less jobs in this pipeline? Have they even...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP can't seem to decide if they're a party that supports responsible resource development or if they're still the party of the LEAP manifesto. Let's be clear, the NDP will not support any project, even to the point of having their MPs disrespect the rule of law. The member opposite fails to acknowledge there are several Indigenous communities along the route who support this project. Can he please tell this House, are their interests also not important? This project was subject to the most exhaustive consultation in the history of pipelines in Canada. I wonder if the member opposite has bothered to consult the dozens of First Nations communities that stand to benefit from this project moving forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Divide and conquer, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of jobs, tens of thousands of Canadian jobs are under attack by the actions of President Trump. Millions more are worried about how a trade war will impact their families and their communities. No one can predict what President Trump will do next. So instead, will the government focus on protecting workers here at home? Can the government tell us exactly when meetings will take place with Labour and industry to determine precisely how we can support our Canadian workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to supporting our aluminum and steel industries because that have been negatively affected by this frankly illegal and absurd tariff, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to do so. We are in meetings with those industries. We have continued to support innovation in steel-related research. We have invested recently $60 million in Rio Tinto and Alcoa in the Saguenay region to make greener and cleaner aluminum, Mr. Speaker. So we are continuing to support those industries moving forward, and we will continue to support those industries in the face of...
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister told farmers that there would be no NAFTA without supply management. The response from farmers in Saguenay was, we would have liked to have heard the words fully maintained. For 20 years, the government has been giving access to Canadian markets at each negotiation. The government doesn't seem able to say those words. The Prime Minister would rather talk about flexibility. Furthermore, this morning on Twitter, President Trump directly attacked supply management. What is this government going to do to protect our supply management system against unfair American attacks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly in support of supply management and has committed to maintaining it. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture, as well as the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and other cabinet ministers, And all of the Quebec Liberal members have been very clear. They have said unequivocally that NAFTA negotiations will be clearly in support of supply management. Our government supports this system and will continue to defend and protect it, as well as the interests of farming families.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday Ontarians ended 15 years of Liberal wasteful spending and overtaxation by electing a Conservative majority government with a clear mandate to lower taxes and fight the Liberals' tax grab that they call a carbon tax. The people of Ontario have spoken loud and clear, but will the Prime Minister start listening to Canadians and stop forcing his carbon tax on everyday Canadians? Or will he, at the very least, tell them how much it will cost them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 4 provinces that price carbon pollution in Canada, BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec, led the country in growth last year, Mr. Speaker. The environment and the economy go together. British Columbia put a price on carbon pollution more than a decade ago, and since 2008, British Columbia's direct price on carbon has reduced emissions by between 5 and 15%, according to the experts at the University of Ottawa and Duke University. While provincial GDP grew more than 17% during that period, and Mr. Speaker, it shows that the price on carbon pollution, as part of an overall plan to address climate change, will create economic growth.
The honourable member for Barrie, Innisfil.
I want to change his talking points. The Prime Minister and Kathleen Wynne were political BFFs who share the same rigid ideology. Last night, voters in Ontario sent a clear message that they'd had enough of Liberal taxes, scandal, entitlement, debt and deficits, and Liberal corruption. In fact, the same backroom operatives that ran Ontario into the ground are the same ones running the Prime Minister's office. The people of Ontario rejected the failed policies developed by Gerald Butts. Will the Prime Minister listen to the people of Ontario and not Gerald Butts and scrap this carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, as long as we're talking about taxes, let's get the facts straight. Our government has cut taxes for 9 million middle-class Canadians while raising them on the richest 1%. We've also helped hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker, with our Canada Child Benefit that benefits 9 out of 10 Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. It is the right plan, and that plan is working.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking and welcoming my MPP, Jeff York, on his re-election. It's been fantastic. But last night, we saw the people of Elgin, Middlesex, London send a clear message by rejecting this carbon tax. The Liberals have lost over half of their so-called provincial support for the carbon tax. The Environment Minister has to realize that people aren't buying into these talking points. Ontario will join Saskatchewan, and soon we'll see Alberta opposing these job-killing carbon taxes. Now that Ontario has spoken loud and clear, when will the Prime Minister scrap his carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that we can fight climate change and grow the economy at the same time. As many of Canada's largest employers have pointed out, putting a price on carbon pollution is just good business. It's already helping to build a clean growth economy and to make Canadian businesses more innovative and more competitive. Businesses like New Flyer, who make zero-emission buses in Winnipeg, Landmark Homes, who make energy-efficient homes for Edmonton families. They know that pricing pollution encourages innovation and will bring good new middle-class jobs for Canadians.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, there are blue skies over Sarnia-Lambton today and blue skies over Ontario, thanks to a Conservative majority. Mr. Speaker, this province has spoken out against the carbon tax. With multiple provinces in agreement, the carbon tax will hurt Canadians, hurt our businesses, do nothing for the planet. Will the Prime Minister abandon this ill-conceived plan or be transparent enough to let Canadians know how much he'll force us to pay?
Well done. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives don't have a plan to address climate change. They don't even seem to believe that climate change is real or that it's a problem, and they are missing the boat on the enormous opportunities that will be enabled through addressing climate change in thoughtful and substantive ways. The World Bank has indicated that the Paris Agreement will create $23 trillion in economic opportunities going forward. You know, Mr. Speaker, when they were in power, Canada's share of the global clean tech market shrunk by half. It was a function of the fact that they did nothing to address climate change. This government is going to grow the economy and address climate change at the same time.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario voters have spoken clearly. They do not want a carbon tax. Now it's time for the Prime Minister to stop forcing his punishing carbon tax on middle-class Canadian families. Farmers in Kitchener-Conestoga are especially concerned about this unfair tax, which increases their costs for tractor fuel, fertilizer, transportation of feed, and farm products. Will the Prime Minister finally stop forcing and using his heavy-handed taxes, which are only needed because of his out-of-control spending? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive approach to addressing climate change includes regulatory measures like phasing out of coal, like reducing methane emissions. It includes investments in clean technology and green infrastructure, and it also includes a price on carbon. A recent study released showed that by 2030, a price on carbon will reduce 80 to 90 megatons of carbon emissions while stimulating economic growth going forward. The Conservatives have not told us how they will actually address climate change because many of them over there don't even believe in climate science. It's time for us to actually hear from the opposition about how they will actually put together a plan to address climate change.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the voters of Ontario sent a clear message to this Prime Minister. They don't want his carbon tax. Last year, Saskatchewan rejected the Liberal carbon tax, and next year, when Alberta elects Jason Kenney as Premier, Albertans will reject this terrible tax. The Prime Minister has to stop forcing his carbon tax on Canadian families. When will the Prime Minister listen to Canadians and abandon his terrible carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Conservative Party likes to repeat the question over and over again, and I will repeat the similar answer, which is a thoughtful approach to addressing climate change includes measures that are regulatory measures, it includes making significant investments, and it includes putting a price on pollution to incent efficiency, to grow the economy, and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, we have a comprehensive plan. Canadians want us to address climate change in a thoughtful way. They want us to ensure we're protecting the future for our children and our grandchildren. That's exactly what we are going to do. And the question that they have for the Leader of the Opposition is, where is your climate plan?
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Oceans Day, and Canadians are concerned about the health of our coastal waters. But instead of investing in clean, renewable energy, the Liberals have just spent $4.5 billion, our dollars, on an outdated pipeline that threatens our waterways while doing nothing to address the catastrophic consequences of a bitumen spill. And when it comes to an oil spill, the question is not if, but when. So why is this government forcing this pipeline through when they have no way for protecting our waters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, the NDP indeed applauded Premier Notley's plan to protect the environment, but it seems they forgot what that plan contained. Let me remind them. A cap on oil sands emissions, a price on pollution, a pipeline to get resources to markets other than the United States. That is what is real leadership on climate change looks like, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're putting a price on pollution, phasing out coal, and are investing in clean technologies. Progressive leaders like Premier Notley get it, and it's unfortunate that the federal NDP disagrees with her. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to strut around the international stage, bragging about being a great champion of the environment. He's lucky that not everyone reads the Canadian papers, because they would quickly realize that instead of doing what he says, he took $4.5 billion of public money to buy a pipeline. The Liberals had promised to be champions of renewable energy. Why are they breaking their promise? Why are they investing in the energies of the past rather than the energies of the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for the question, which allows me to talk about some of the work that we are doing around protecting our environment and growing the economy, including a $1.5 billion Oceans Protections Plan. And it's simply not the case that one can, let me rephrase that we believe that one can't be done with the other. That's why in addition to putting a price on pollution, We have a climate change policy that addresses all of the opportunities within the clean tech sector, whether that is in nuclear, whether that is in bioenergy, whether that is in oil and gas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, whether the Prime Minister and his Environment Minister want to accept it or not, last night Ontarians overwhelmingly rejected their carbon tax. My home province of Saskatchewan welcomes a new ally in the fight against this Liberal tax grab. Will the Prime Minister learn from the lesson that has befallen his friend, the former Premier Kathleen Wynne, and finally stop forcing his carbon tax on middle-class Canadians all across this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
As I've said, Canadians know that we can fight climate change and grow our economy at the same time. Many of Canada's largest employers have endorsed the concept of a price on carbon pollution. It's already helping to build a clean growth economy for Canada. Companies like Carbon Cure in Nova Scotia, companies like Hydrogenics in Toronto, companies like General Fusion or Carbon Engineering in British Columbia. These are companies that are part of the wave of clean growth that will enable Canada to ensure that economic growth continues going forward while we meet our international obligations to address climate change.
Well, member for Yorkton, Melville.
Mr. Speaker, it's a beautiful sunny day in Canada today. Why? Because last night Ontarians made the right choice for a new beginning in their province. Our Conservative Saskatchewan members of Parliament welcome the new Ontario Progressive Conservative government as an ally with our Premier and with the wonderful people of Saskatchewan in rejecting this Liberal government's carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister now finally listen to middle-class families and scrap his carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want their government to address the climate issue in thoughtful ways. They want to ensure that we are addressing and reducing greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with our international commitments, and they want us to do that in ways that ensure that we grow an economy that will ensure prosperity for Canadians in the future. Mr. Speaker, that is what the Pan-Canadian Framework is about, that we negotiated with the provinces and territories. It's a comprehensive approach that will drive growth going forward and will allow us to address climate change.
I just want to remind the honourable members the rules again. I know we've heard them before, but when somebody's speaking, it's not polite or it's against the rules to actually shout at them. So I'd like to hear what the honourable question is or the honourable answer is. The honourable member for Souris, Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, last night Ontarians rejected the Liberal carbon tax in their election of a progressive Conservative government. They will join my province of Saskatchewan and soon Alberta in rejecting the Liberals and their carbon tax. We in Saskatchewan know this plight all too well. We welcome our new ally in the fight against the Prime Minister's job-killing carbon tax. When will the Prime Minister stop his attack on middle-class families and axe his carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said on a number of occasions, Canadians expect their government to address climate change in thoughtful and substantive ways. That means ensuring that we have a comprehensive plan, one that addresses regulatory issues such as accelerating the phase-out of coal, reducing methane emissions, making major investments in green infrastructure and investments to stimulate the growth of clean technology in this country. And it also includes putting a price on pollution to ensure that we're trying to address what we don't want and accelerating the innovation that we do. We are focused on ensuring a balanced approach that will drive economic growth going forward, but will also enable us to reduce greenhouse.
The honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday voters in Ontario made it clear they are fed up with rising taxes, including the Liberals' carbon tax. And we also can be sure Alberta will send the same message next year when voters elect Jason Kenney Jr. When will this Prime Minister start listening and stop forcing his unaffordable, job-killing carbon tax on hard-working, middle-class Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is real. Climate change requires that we actually come up with thoughtful and substantive ways to address the issue. It involves thinking about the economy of the future, driving innovation. It looks at the key measures and the most significant and cost-effective measures to actually reduce that. One of those is putting a price on carbon pollution. I know on that side of the House that they were not in favor of learning based on data and science over the past 10 years when they were in government, but the price on carbon pollution has been demonstrated internationally as one of the most effective and low-cost ways to address the carbon issue.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, today is June 8, only 3 short weeks away from the Liberals' declared July 1 deadline for cannabis legalization. Talk about a plan going up in smoke. Now we have a slew of amendments to the Liberals' bill from the unelected Senate that this House will now need to deal with. After 3 years of waiting, Canadians want legalization, clarity, and reasonable rules for everyone. What is this government's plan to deal with these amendments so that Canadians get what they deserve, a fair and timely cannabis law?
The honourable the honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question with respect to Bill C-45, the cannabis legislation that we're moving forward. I would like to thank the members in the other House for their thoughtful and considered amendments that they've put forward. I'm anticipating that we will receive a message in this House. We will carefully consider the amendments that the other House has put forward as we move towards a comprehensive legalized framework and strict regulation of cannabis.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After yesterday's Senate vote on the cannabis bill, the bill will be sent back to the House with amendments numbering in the 40s. With this slowdown, and with every other slowdown, and the imminent date for legalization of cannabis, there are thousands of Canadians who are living with criminal charges, and they're already marginalized. Why are the Liberals letting down Canadian citizens? Decriminalization has to happen now. The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current approach for cannabis does not work. It has put money in the hands of criminals. We need to keep it out of the hands of children. The government is legalizing and strictly regulating access to cannabis, and we are pleased that Bill C-45 was passed by the Senate. We thank them for their work, and the government will take a very close look at the amendments that have been brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, we celebrated Earth Day. On that day, Canada joined the international community to underscore the importance of protecting our environment, and there were many cleanup activities that took place throughout the country. Single-use plastics that are thrown out after use is a huge waste of resources and energy, and this waste is a threat to our marine zones. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment and the Climate Change tell this House about the latest measures that have been taken to target plastic waste? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Pontiac, for his question and all his good work. Our government is determined to protect our environment and to preserve our waterways for all Canadians, and so that they can all continue to benefit from them. That is why Canada will be taking steps this year under its presidency of the G7 and in years to come in order to make sure that plastic does not end up in our oceans, our waterways, and our landfills. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, dairy producers are right to no longer believe the Prime Minister. Real Agriculture has just told us that the American Secretary for Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, confirmed the Prime Minister's hypocrisy.
He just said, Le Premier Ministre a été mal.
The Prime Minister was dishonest yesterday with the Saguenay producers. Why did he hide the fact that Canada has already offered the Americans concessions? Will the Prime Minister and his ministers finally tell us all the truth? What concessions did they make? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, our government supports producers and supply management. We are the party that fought to implement the system, and we will continue to protect it and defend it. We have always said and repeated that it is an excellent system. Mr. Speaker, do the Harper Conservatives want us just to sign any old agreement? This government will only sign an agreement that is good for all Canadians. We continue to support supply management producers, their families, and all our agricultural interests. The Honourable Minister for Mégantic-l'Érable. Oh, well, they're so good at playing with words, aren't they, Mr. Speaker? But we have a question. Which Prime Minister should we be believing? The one saying no in Chicoutimi or the one saying yes to the United States? Mathieu Frégon, a producer, was right to be extremely disappointed by the PM's visit to Saguenay yesterday. The news is always coming from the States. Canada made an offer to the Americans, and that was confirmed by the American Secretary for Agriculture. So I'm asking once again, what is that offer? Why lie to dairy producers in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government supports supply management and all its families. This is a source of stability for everyone. We are the party that implemented it, and we will continue to defend it. We said over and over again that supply management proposals from our American partners are unacceptable. We will continue to protect supply management producers, their families, and all agricultural interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, because of the PM's tweets, our country has become a veritable sieve for illegal immigration. And now the extent of the problem is there for our leader to see. From January to April alone, there were 9,615 illegal entries in Quebec. And imagine, now our border agents are expecting up to 400 illegal arrivals per day this summer. That is scandalous. Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister refuse to include the issue of illegal immigrants on the G7 agenda? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certain that the leader's visit to La Colle will be very interesting. The former government cut funds, and that's what the Leader of the Opposition will probably learn when he visits there. They also made cruel and unfair cuts to immigration. Mr. Speaker, we need to regulate our arrivals, and I would actually just send the opposition leader back home when he goes to visit La Colle. The Honourable Member for Cartier. Mr. Speaker, 1 month ago, I asked the Minister of Public Safety what the lives of correctional officers were worth. In Donnacona, there are men and women who are risking their lives every day while the government simply nickels and dimes. Rather than look for Phoenix pay system, the government is cutting the internal firefighting service in prisons. Will the Liberals act and protect our workers and adequately pay our professional public servants? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
We are absolutely committed to maintaining a safe and respectful work environment for all members of our public safety. We are working closely with the new Interim Commissioner on Correctional Services, who is taking significant measures to ensure a safe and healthy workplace for all corrections workers in this country.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the repression of women's rights advocates in Saudi Arabia is increasing. Many have been arrested, detained, and accused of crimes such as suspicious contacts with foreign parties or undermining state security and stability, including a former student of the University of British Columbia, Loujain Al-Atloul. What has the government done to ask that all these advocates for women be able to work safely in Saudi Arabia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government will always defend human rights, including the rights of women and girls abroad. We are extremely disappointed by the arrests of these advocates in Saudi Arabia. These arrests are completely incompatible with the Saudi government's commitment to creating a more tolerant and open society. And the minister has raised her concerns with the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Saudi Arabia. We will always, as I have just said, promote and defend the rights of women and girls and human rights here in Canada and abroad.
Kootenay, Columbia.
The Liberal government is spending $4.5 billion of taxpayer money, that's our money, to buy a 65-year-old leaky pipeline. Many Canadians don't realize that that pipeline runs through Jasper National Park and BC's Mount Robson Provincial Park. The government claims it will prioritize ecological integrity, but environmental leaders don't ram new pipelines through national and provincial parks. Can the minister explain how buying and expanding a pipeline will protect the ecological integrity of Jasper National Park?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Trans Mountain project, which will provide significant economic benefits to all Canadians, was approved by the federal government and by the province of BC and by the province of Alberta after a thorough review of all key environmental issues. The decision includes 157 conditions associated with the construction of the pipeline. It includes incorporating the emissions in the Pan-Canadian framework. It includes an oceans protection plan. It includes a range of measures to ensure that the pipeline construction is done safely and in accordance with the ecological integrity of Canada's national parks. It is a decision that was taken after a review and addressing all of the key environmental concerns, and it is a project that is in the national interest.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, BC suffered the worst wildfires in our history. The government said it would be there for us, but it didn't last much past the photo op. We brought to the finance minister's attention a very important issue around salvage woods and capital gains treatment. Local government brought the same issue to him. 6 months, phone calls, letters, not even the courtesy of a response in terms of this issue. Can the finance minister stand up and tell us and tell the victims what he's going to do in terms of at least responding to a very simple request for options?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Public Safety Canada is mandated to keep Canadians safe from a wide range of natural disasters, including, of course, wildfires. The Government Operations Centre, acting on behalf of the Government of Canada, provides response coordination in such events affecting their national interest, and our government will always stand ready to help any province or territory that requests federal assistance to respond to any natural disaster, including wildland-urban interface fires.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, here's another victim of the Liberal summer jobs attestation requirement. One of Nova Scotia's must-see attractions, the Bangor Sawmill Museum, has had to close its doors. This has been a staple of the community since before Confederation. The member for West Nova has been shamefully silent while the landmark and the jobs that go with it are lost. How can the Liberals not see the absurdity of their Orwellian policy and the impact it's having on communities across the country?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. I'd like to thank her for her newfound interest in jobs for young Canadians. Yeah. She should talk to maybe her seatmate, because when the member from Carleton was minister, he cut $20 million out of the youth employment strategy.
Yes,
of course, his boss, the former, Stephen Harper, he wanted to shut the program down completely. So we'll take no lessons from the Conservatives about what to do for young Canadians. In Nova Scotia, we've got over 3,000 young students that are going to benefit from the investment made by this government, twice as much as the Conservatives made.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
On Wednesday, the Prime Minister stood in this House and bragged about killing jobs in Alberta by cancelling oil and gas exploration tax credits. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Albertans rely on jobs in our oil and gas industry. Can the Minister of Infrastructure stand and tell us if he and the member from Edmonton Centre support this job-killing decision?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here on this side of the House and support Albertans and the jobs that we're creating in Alberta. Let me underline what we've done for Alberta. Working with our Alberta partners, we've improved transit, roads, bridges, and water systems all over Alberta. We have approved 150 projects worth $1.7 billion in federal funding, Mr. Speaker, and that's $3.9 billion in federal funding in totality. I, with the Minister of Infrastructure, are quite proud to stand on this side of the House and do more in 3 years than several dozen MPs from Alberta did in 10 years for Alberta, and we'll do it again when we get re-elected, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Buren, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, the Oceans Protection Plan is an important priority for our government, as well as for the people in my riding of Bonavista, Bear and Trinity.
One moment. I'm trying to hear the honourable member for Bonavista, Bear and Trinity, and I'm having a hard time, and he's not far from me, so I just want everybody to listen to his question. I'm sure it's a good one. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the Oceans Protection Plan is an important priority for our government, as well as for the people in my riding of Bonavista, Bear and Trinity. We know that we must do everything we can to ensure that our waterways and coasts are protected and preserved for generations to come. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister share with this House the details of new initiatives taken to help the Canadian Coast Guard in contributing to protection and strengthening marine safety across the region?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on this World Ocean Day, I want to thank the member from Bonavista, Bear and Trinity for his advocacy on this issue and on the Fisheries Committee. Last month, we announced the official reopening of the Canadian Coast Guard's Maritime Rescue Subcentre in St. John's. The centre coordinates the Coast Guard's on-the-water response to marine incidents in the area and provides an essential link for mariners operating in the unique and challenging conditions often experienced off the coastlines of Newfoundland and Labrador. The centre will have a staff of 12 maritime search and rescue coordinators and demonstrates our continued commitment to the Canadian Coast Guard and our coastal communities.
Well done. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, Iran's Khomeini regime regularly uses terror groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah to destabilize the Middle East and target Israel, our closest ally and the only stable democracy in the region. This week, Iran's so-called supreme leader tweeted that Israel is a malignant, cancerous tumor that has to be removed and eradicated. And his ambassador to France revealed that they're funding the present violent protests in Gaza. Why do the Liberals continue to insist on normalizing relations with a country that's such an obvious threat to peace, security, and democracy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government and I believe all Canadians are appalled by the abhorrent statement from Supreme Leader Khomeini. Our position on Iran is clear. We oppose Iran's support for terrorist organizations. We oppose its threats towards Israel. We oppose its ballistic missile program and its support for the murderous Assad regime in Syria. Canada has been for many years and continues to be a steadfast friend of Israel, and we will continue to support Israel's right to live in peace. Thank you.
Honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, we know that residential schools were instrumental in stripping away the language and culture of Indigenous peoples. This is one of the tragic legacies of the residential school system. As our government continues to work in partnership with Indigenous communities on a journey towards reconciliation, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage please update this House on the work being done to fulfill the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to Action 13, 14 and 15 concerning Indigenous languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bay of Quinte for his engagement in this issue. We've said it many times, there is no relationship more important to our government than our relationship with Indigenous peoples. And we know that Indigenous languages are endangered across this country. That's why we're working with Métis, Inuit and First Nations leaders to co-develop the first Indigenous Languages Act, and why we've recently announced the next phase of our engagement on this issue. Furthermore, we've invested an historic $90 million for Indigenous languages initiatives. This is an essential step in our journey towards reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the courts awarded Mr. and Mrs. Samaru of Nanaimo $1.7 million in damages for malicious prosecution by the Canada Revenue Agency. This malicious prosecution ruined this family's life and cost taxpayers nearly $3 million in damages and legal cost. The minister has refused to confirm whether or not the individuals singled out by the judge are still employed at the CRA. Is this the minister's idea of being more client-focused at the Canada Revenue Agency?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to ensuring the agency treats Canadians as valued clients and not simply as taxpayers. The confidence and trust that individuals have in the agency is the cornerstone of our tax system. The agency's employee involved in the audit follows rigorous training. Behaviors that diverge from their code of conduct is not tolerated. I'd remind my honourable colleague that this case dates 2008 under the previous Conservative government. And as this matter is before the court, it would be inappropriate for me to comment any further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in La Baie, 150 dairy producers called on the Prime Minister to protect supply management in its entirety in NAFTA. These are the same producers who were promised at the time of the Lac Saint-Jean election that the TPP would not be opened up at all, and then exactly the opposite happened 3 months later. Well, this time they didn't let him trot out his speaking points. They insisted on zero concessions, and the Prime Minister answered, "I hear you. I understand your concerns." When a politician says that, you know you're in trouble. Will the government protect supply management in its entirety? That's not complicated. In its entirety, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, we are the ones who implemented supply management, and we will always defend it. Mr. Speaker, who is it who wants to end supply management? The member for La Beauce. Their leader. The member for Lévis-Lotbinière. And many other Conservative members. On this side, all Liberals, all Quebec Liberals support supply management. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the G7 is a gathering of the world's most powerful, but it's also a time when many damages occur, whether it be in Quebec City, Pointe-au-Pic, its municipalities, businesses, and people who pay the price of this show. I'm thinking of the tourism industry, for example, which is so important to our national capital region and the area of Charlevoix. I'm worried about all those business owners who will see their revenues drop and their windows broken. I'm worried about seasonal workers who will have to stay at home just when the summer season is beginning. The G7 indulgences are in huge contrast to the losses of those left out. Will the government commit to fully compensating those who are going to suffer the consequences? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud to host the world leaders to the beautiful area of Charlevoix for this G7 meeting today and tomorrow. The Prime Minister has met leaders from the area, the mayor, as well as many businesses that might be affected by this meeting. We know that the Charlevoix residents themselves are proud to host this meeting, and I must tell my colleague that the policies in place for compensation for local businesses that are affected are the same policies that were in place when the Conservatives were hosting this event. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the only contact the people of La Romaine and Unamenchipu have with the mainland is the Bella de Gagné ship. Yet for years, the government has known that the La Romaine wharf is in a critical state, so critical that the boat could only land a quarter of its load yesterday. These were mostly perishable items. Time is going by, Mr. Speaker, and this is about the safety of the people in La Romaine and Unamenchipu. Will the Minister of Transport take action, and what does he plan for the people of the Basse-Côte-Nord? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague. The citizens of La Romaine and the Lower North Shore are our priority. The Minister's office is in contact with the office of the local member, and we will remain in contact on this file. We want to make sure that all necessary work will be done as quickly as possible in order to resolve this situation. Thank you.
Question orale.
That brings question period to an end.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination with biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Heather P. Lank as Parliamentary Librarian. I request that the certificate of nomination and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2017 Annual Report on the Exports of Military Goods from Canada and the 2017 Annual Report to Parliament on the administration of the Export and Import Permits Act.
The tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the annual report for 2016-2017. Thank you.
Bills. No, pas encore. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. L'honorable député de Sackville.
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesit-Cook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 41, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages of Canada 2 reports of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie. Report of the Canadian parliamentary delegation respecting its participation at the Bureau meeting and 43rd ordinary session of the Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie held in Luxembourg, July 7th to 11th, 2017, as well as the delegation's participation in the Bureau meeting of the Assemblée in Paris, France, January 31st to February 2nd, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from committees. The honourable member from Bay of Quinte.
Both official languages, the 10th report on the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled Main Estimates 2018-19, votes 1 and 5 under Department of Veterans Affairs and votes 1 under the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 48th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Special Examination Report, National Capital Commission of the 2017 Fall Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And, Mr. Speaker, while I'm up, also, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 49th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Special Examination Report, Atomic Energy of Canada Limited of the 2017 Fall Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government again table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights entitled Main Estimates 2018-19. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Committees, the honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled Main Estimates 2018-19. Votes 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, and L25 under the Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development. Vote 1 under International Development Research Centre. And vote 1 under International Joint Commission, Canadian section.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Bonavista, Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development entitled Main Estimates 2018-2019.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The following motion in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was put on the order paper. Que conformément à l'article...
That, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4B, the Standing Committees on Government Operations, study of all votes under Treasury Board Secretariat for the main estimates for fiscal year ending March 31st, 2019, be extended beyond June 10th, 2018.
14B, this motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Chager, sorry. Have we got anything? Oh, the Honourable House Leader. Okay, I don't have a copy of it. Do we have a copy of the motion? We'll get clarified. We're short some. I believe we've got everything straightened out. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, moves that pursuant to Standing Order 111. Period 1.2 of the and in accordance with Section 13 of the Canada Elections Act 2000, Chapter 9, the House appoint Mr. Stéphane Perreault as Chief Electoral Officer for a term of 10 years. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division? On division?
On division.
On division. Accepted. Yeah. Now, I'm sorry? Did you say? That's what I said. Yes, very good. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have law-abiding firearms owners who have sent me in petitions, and they're certainly tired of being treated as criminals and being targeted unfairly by government laws. And we all know that criminals and gang members don't obey the already strict requirements that legal firearms owners face. And a law and gun registry will do nothing to help solve the problem of gun and gang violence in Canada. And so I'm tabling this petition today, signed by hundreds of firearms owners in our communities, calling on the government to take action to target gang violence and to stop attacking law-abiding firearms owners, sport shooters, hunters, and farmers. And while I have the floor, I do have one other as well, Mr. Speaker, from small businesses who are the backbone of our Canadian economy, and those businesses that provide opportunities for jobs, sponsor our local sports teams, support our charities. These are all businesses that are doing great things in our communities, and they deserve to have the support from the government and have an environment where they can thrive and where they have fewer government obstacles in their way. And so I table this petition calling on the government to respect all small businesses, to recognize that no small business, such as campgrounds, can be too small to be a small business, and to ensure that all small businesses are treated in the same way.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour today to present a petition signed by Canadians who are calling on the Government of Canada to ensure that all children in Canada have a good start in life by addressing social and economic inequality. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to put children's best interest on the public agenda. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to present a petition signed by citizens from British Columbia just regarding the events in Catalonia last fall and that continue to the present. They point out that the right to self-determination is a cardinal principle under the UN Charter of Human Rights, and they ask this government to condemn, among other things, condemn the violent police attacks on peaceful civilians exercising their right to vote during the October referendum, express its concern about the imprisonment of democratically elected representatives, advocate that a political solution is needed, and that would involve discussion among the parties, and to support the will of the Catalonian people and their right to democratically decide their relationship with Spain. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition for a number of residents from the Waterloo region. These are pointing out that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as a fundamental freedom. And they're calling on the Liberal government, calling out the Liberal government on its proposed attestation, requiring Canada Summer Jobs Program applicants to hold the same views as the government would contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom. So they're calling on the Prime Minister to defend the freedom of conscience, thought and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Thank you, Mr.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is signed by folks in Prince Edward Island on the occasion of the G7 summit coming up here in Quebec. They are calling on the Government of Canada to invest in women in the poorest countries, and calling on Canada to commit to a bold initiative at the G7 summit that enables at least 100 million women to learn, work, and increase their independence. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is signed by 25 Prince Edward Islanders who point out the record of General Jeffrey Amherst in the 1700s, whose ultimate goal was to exterminate all Indigenous peoples. They feel that the consultations that were taken in connection with the removal of General Amherst's name from a historic national site in Prince Edward Island were inadequate, and they are calling on the Government of Canada to remove the name Fort Amherst from the National Historic Site of Canada located near Rocky Point, Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition from my constituents that believes the current Liberal government's proposed attestation for the Canada Summer Jobs Program, requiring applicants to hold the same views as the government, contravenes the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. They are calling on the Prime Minister to defend the freedom of conscience, thought, and belief, and to withdraw the attestation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1672, question 1675, question 1678, question 1681, question 1683, and question 1684. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if supplementary responses to question 1664, question 1665, question 1666, and a revised response to question 1634, originally tabled on June 1st, 2018, and the government's response to questions numbers question 1671, question 1673, question 1674, question 1676, question 1677, question 1679, question 1680, question 1682, and question 1685 to question 1690 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, and then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons. Resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, who has 15 minutes remaining for his debate, and then we'll go to questions after that.
Total 15? Wow. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't aware I still have another 15 minutes, but I'm going to do my best here to be able to address, because I already used about 5 or 6 minutes from the first time slot that I have. In the meantime, thanks again. And when speaking about Bill C-47, we must remind ourselves and mention the current regime that we have in Canada regarding the arms trade control. So, Mr. Speaker, since 1947, when Canada adopted such a control, such regime, the minister has had the ability to prevent the supply of military equipment to countries for a variety of reasons. These reasons include the security threat involved in internal or external conflict, or are under sanction by United Nations. So we have the most and the ultimate control over arms trade in Canada, and something that we always been proud of, and we will continue to be proud of. So also, Canada can utilize a blanket ban on trade with risk countries through the use of the area control list. So again, another, when we call it a blanket ban, that means is we use all the methods that we have in our hands and all the tools to be able to put such tight control over an arms and military equipment that can be harming people and innocent and civilians. So under the area control list, we have the Export and Import Permits Act. So And that is an act, what we call an act, a governor in council, a country can be placed on this list. In the current time, we have, for example, North Korea is on that list. So again and again and again, our current regime or protocol is very, very strong and probably the most prominent and the strongest that the world have ever seen before. So on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we already heavily restrict many specific items that may be of concern. For example, military and missile items and chemical or biological goods, just to name a few of that. Furthermore, Canada already tracks and records more than what is required under the Arms Trade Treaty. Our control system is also, as I said earlier, is very tight and very strong to determine or to be able at least to deliver beyond any threat that may occur to happen or may appear to happen in anywhere that those arms goes to any country or to which hand or to which regime or to which army around the world. And we also know that our Canadian Border Service Agency, CBSA, and Statistics Canada collects information exported from Canada on every single item that may be a work in progress item or a finished goods. So we do have those regimes in place. We do have that protocol in place. And as I said earlier, we are very, very proud of what we have been able to deliver and we've been able to utilize to make sure that this area that required a lot of control is already being performed and already being fulfilled. Mr. Speaker, collectively, we are left with a process that amounts to little more than a virtue signaling campaign from the government. It is unfortunately that politics, again, gets into the government on this issue. And when we speak about our concerns and when we point where we point our view on this topic, the first thing comes from the government that it's a fear-mongering by the conservatives, which is, first of all, is not fair and is not true that we're performing this. We are pointing on facts. We're pointing on logical position that we have taken for years, and we've studied what we have, and we're trying to make comparisons between what we're trying to adapt now and what we have before. And if this process is a total waste of time, that we must say so, we must protest, and we must make sure Canadians know about it so at least they can understand what we are discussing here. So, speaking of Canadians, we know that Canadians want a strong arms control treaty. But guess what? They have it. It's already there. It's been there since 1947. So if you're to ask anyone out there, everybody would say, look, you have the best arms control regime or protocol in the world. So why not adapt yours instead of having Canada to adopt another bill or another treaty or another control coming from another body, whether it's United Nations or others. I think we present the finest example of putting control in for such important thing among all the international community. So since we have it, Canadians need that clarification. And our job here as representatives of our people, of the constituents, of every Canadian, is to be able to clarify that and make sure Canadian knows what this government is willing to sign on moving forward, supposedly moving forward, not a backward step, as we have examined that through testimonies that some of the witnesses have shown and have told us, and some of the consultation that we've made on our own. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill fails to address the potential, the potential adverse effect on law-abiding firearms owners. And that's an area, too, that was discussed heavily in the Committee of International Trade and International Affairs and International Development. And there is definitely an area here that has been shy from even being achieved, rather than it's been diminished by this bill, by having the government presenting the bill in the shape that we've seen in Bill C-47. And going back to the Bill C-71, which is supposed to deal with that area, we know that the Liberals have introduced that bill, and they confirm that they are not concerned about the rights of our hunters, farmers, and sport shooters. And I recall on a committee that we were trying to improve in that area so law-abiding people, law-abiding Canadians, don't fall victims of this whole process. And we weren't able to achieve the result that will basically satisfy and at least take a fair stand when it comes to our law-abiding Canadians that wants to own, whether they're hunters or they're farmers or sports shooters. So we have to, in this mode, I guess, we have to mention that, and I have to mention that our conservative government, our former conservative government, requested that civilian firearms specifically be removed from the treaty in order to protect the interests of Canada's lawful firearms community. I recall we've done that. We've done it in the House. We've done it on committee, and we only got the deaf ear from the government. It is unfortunate that we had to face that. It is unfortunate that we had to go through such difficulties, at least to be fair. We're not asking anything more than to be fair with the owners with hunters, with farmers, and unfortunately we did not even get that. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have decided to move forward with signing the ATT with little or no consultation with lawful gun owners, which does not respect the legitimate trade or use of hunting and sporting firearms. Again, it bothers anyone out there, including ourselves as politicians, that when a government talk about consultation, advertise consultation, advertise that they're the government that we Canadians were waiting for forever to really consult, ask the question, make sure Canadians are satisfied. We were left with very little, maybe no consultation. We heard that. And the irony is the government always say that we hear people. We've done our own consultation, as if they're the only one doing politics or working or representing or listening to people. We do listen to people. We receive letters, we receive complaints, we receive phone calls, and we know that this government is not listening enough. So, Mr. Speaker, while this is not surprising, it is definitely disappointing pattern of disrespect and disregard that continue to be the pattern of this government. Mr. Speaker, in short, this bill is unnecessary. I said, first time I spoke on this bill on the second reading, I said this bill is ineffective, unnecessary, and for sure is a step backward. Will never be a step forward. Will definitely, it's a step backward. It's diminishing basically what we have done for years, what our record shows that we are a leader with our current regime. We are a leader in legislating the Arms Trade Treaty in the world, and here we are in 2018, supposedly we do things to improve, no, we're taking things to disprove, and it's a step back, and that is unnecessary and is not fair in all measures. So, as I said, it is unnecessary, it's unfair, as is ineffective. Upon its implementation, we will be worse off than we are today. For all those reasons that I and many have mentioned, many of my conservative colleagues that we have highlighted. Mr. Speaker, this bill will not serve Canada and Canadians and even the world as this government is claiming. We will not support it. Thank you.
Comments? The member for Waterloo. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Waterloo. Kitchener Center. Kitchener Center. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my good friend from Edmonton Manning for that speech. I've had the opportunity to serve with him on committee now for a year, and I've had the opportunity to travel with him, and I can tell you that he's a very good guy. However, the speech, Mr. Speaker, was a bit shaky. So let me remind him, because I know he's a new MP like myself, so let me give him a little history lesson here. In April of 2013, the United Nations had a vote to adopt the Arms Trade Treaty. 154 countries voted for that treaty, and 3 countries voted against that treaty. The 3 countries that voted against that treaty were North Korea, Iran, and Syria. 154 countries voted for that treaty. So my question to the honourable member is, if Canada at that time, under the previous government, decided that it was aspirational, it was good, it was great to be part of the world community, decide to adopt that treaty then, my question is simple. Were they hypocrites then? Were they hypocrites now? Were they disingenuous then? Or are they disingenuous now? So if you can give me a time frame of when they were disingenuous and hypocritical, then or now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you very much. On a history lesson, my colleague is, I know he's got beautiful memory, but and good memory and a lot of information, and my memory is very, very good too. I enjoy traveling with him and working with him on committee. I call him a friend, by all means. So on the question, 154 countries signed on it, correct? How many countries ratified and how many countries they will be ratifying? And he knows well, on a history lesson, he knows well that the major makers and exporters of arms in the world, they're probably not interested. They haven't shown any signs of ratifying this treaty. So what is the point? Is the signature and what's next? This is not a hypocrisy. This is talking about where we are now and where we are going. We are now sitting on the best legislation in the world. We should be very proud of what we have before we even look back out there to adopt something that is not really going to serve nor ourselves or the international community as well. So on that topic, I will leave it on this note, and I would thank again my good friend for asking that question today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'm also a new member, as my Liberal colleague mentioned. I was listening very carefully to my colleague's speech, and I heard him talk about monitoring weapons and strengthening rules and so on. And I'm sure that the member recognizes that our work as members involves reviewing and examining the work of the government, including the sale of weapons. So this leads me to my question. Why does the government and the members' party vote against an NDP motion that would have allowed us to have parliamentary oversight of arms exports?
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I mean, I don't have to, I may probably have to go back and talk about our current regime. I think it's very, very important. A reminder that we know that, as I said, since 1947, when we have come up with our legislation, that the minister, regardless of which government or which minister, have the ability to prevent the supply of military equipment to countries for a variety of reasons, including threat, internal or external conflict, and under sanctions by the United Nations, and our blanket ban. I mean, how strong you can go, how much review you need to do to this? And why always this has to be done here? There's the major exporters in the world of arms. They're already there. They refuse to even ratify this arms trade treaty, and we're here complaining about one of the best, if not the best, piece of legislation the world have ever seen. So I don't understand where this is coming from, and I don't understand why should we waste our time on something that is almost perfect that we have already in place.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague for his comments on this bill, because clearly he knows a lot about the bill. Mr. Speaker, and as I was listening to my colleague outline some of the things that our current regime has in place, the Trade Controls Bureau, the fact that heavily restricted items such as military and security equipment are already under good scrutiny by Stats Canada and by CBSA, and many other safeguards that my colleague pointed out. And clearly, it's clear that Canada has a very effective regime when it comes to the control of military goods and security equipment. So my question to my colleague is, this is beginning to sound a little bit to me like what I remember from years ago when the Liberal government, I believe it was under Environment Minister Stéphane Dion, when they signed on to the Kyoto Accord. They said big fanfare signing on to the Kyoto Accord. But, Mr. Speaker, we know that under that agreement, nothing was accomplished in terms of greenhouse gas reductions. So is this just another photo op that makes Canadians feel good, but when they really look at it, we have a better system in place now than we would have under C-47? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank my honourable colleague for a very good question. I think this is what we call sometimes the virtual signaling by the government. We have definitely, as I said, we have very tight control over this. We have Canadian Border Service Agency, CBSA. We've got the Statistic Canada's, the collection of all the information over and around any deal that we do. And the most important in this whole thing is what other major traders in this area, what are they doing, and whether they're willing to ratify it or not. And it's already empty. They already emptied this bill because they're not giving any signals that they're going to ratify it. So again, what's the point other if it's going to be virtual signaling by the government or a piece of photo op, whatever that is, we know it's a total waste of time. Unfortunately, we have to take that to discuss in the Parliament for hours and hours. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the only time the photo op was held was in April of 2013. But let me, now that we're talking history, let me remind the honourable member that 154 countries signed to adopt the treaty. As of January 2018, 94 countries have signed and ratified. They have signed and ratified. 5 of the largest arms producers in the world have signed and ratified. England, Germany, France, Spain, and Italy. So my question is, when all of NATO has signed, the G7 has signed, the OECD has signed, what is the debate of us signing? You have not given us one legitimate reason in your speech. You've talked about the robustness of the system. You've talked about how good the Canadian system is. If it's so good, why don't we sign and elevate the rest of the world to our standards? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the honourable member didn't mean I didn't get. I'm sure he meant he wanted an answer from the member for Edmonton Manning.
I think my good friend from Kitchener Centre, I think his memory failed him big time this time. He said about all NATO, he knows that some the most prominent NATO members did not ratify, okay? And this has to be corrected, Mr. Speaker. We have to be able to say, to call a spade a spade. Besides that, we have a standard. I was hoping that the United Nations comes to Canada and said, you have the most perfect legislation in the world. Can we adopt it? That I would rather. But for our government to go and agree to take on a piece of legislation and to agree to it, where we know it's a downgrade to what we have, is not a smart, Mr. Speaker, is not a smart, with all due respect, what my good friend on the other side have said. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually want to call quorum At one point, we were down to 9. I still don't think we're up to 20. I'd like to call quorum. I don't think we have 20.
We have 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We have 22. We do have quorum. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable colleague's argument is that this is actually, Canada's already doing it, therefore we shouldn't sign. But the fact is that this creates international norms, norms that are accepted and shared across the world. And that's the kind of thing that Canada can provide leadership. It also has a fund that allows other countries to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. So if virtuous signaling means that we are actually going to create norms around the world to stop the illicit trade in arms and stop women and girls from being raped at gunpoint in the Congo and other countries, then yes, that is exactly what we want to do. If I could ask the honourable member about whether or not it is important that Canada be part of the world community in establishing these norms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Edmonton Manning.
You know, it's usually when you do any signaling, you have to watch what you do, because I have a lot of respect to my honourable colleague there. We served together on the same Foreign Affairs Committee. And I'll tell you something, it's always sound to me, if I'm listening, whether I'm a politician or an average Canadian sitting at home watching TV, if I hear the Liberals talking about, it starts to sound like Canada have left the world stage. It sounds like we're doing something wrong. And I reject that tone every day, because guess what? We are leaders by all means when it comes to humanity and humanitarian. We are leaders when it comes to the best practices of democracy and freedom in the world. And when we have to adopt something that's less than what we have already, I don't think we're doing any good to the international community or any good to humanity. And we have to always sound like a proud rather than guilty and try to apologize to everything in the world.
Questions and comments. We have time for a very brief question, a very brief comment. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that Canada plays a very strong leadership worldwide. But, you know, there's the times one should never ever take it for granted. And what we're talking about today is a substantial piece of legislation that adds to the value in terms of Canada being on the world stage, making a very strong statement. This has nothing to do with gun registration, and I know many Conservatives want to focus the issue always on gun registration. That's not going to happen under this government, maybe under a future Conservative government, but it's not happening under this government. And I'm wondering if the member would just comment in terms of why it's so important to demonstrate leadership. They can do that by voting in favour of this legislation.
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning in 35 seconds or less, please.
Well, it's a very good question, but in the meantime, it's just that changing the labeling all the time. Just take a label and put a new label and call it a liberal attempt or a liberal step forward or something that we have to do because we have to do. And now we have a change of label. Now, this is not about the Arms Trade Treaty. It's not about how we trade arms around the world. It's just about that given signal that Canada is a part of the international community. Canada is a leader in the international community. No one can take Canada's place. We'll remain like that. We'll remain the best example for democracy, for freedom, for humanitarian, and no one can take that from us, and we're proud the way we are and who we are. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member from Ottawa West Nepean. Mr. Speaker, our government entered office with a mandate to expand Canadian diplomacy and leadership on global issues. We are committed to promoting human rights and fostering peace. And we committed to ensuring that our foreign, defense, development, and trade policies can work hand in hand. It is with this in mind that I am so proud to be part of a government which is committed to an export control system that is transparent and which protects human rights at every stage of the assessment process. Canada's export control regime is, by international standards, already one that we should be very proud of. Canada promotes stringent transparency, and our export regimes take human rights into account during the assessment process. But while I am proud of what has already been done to build Canada's export control system, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in order to remain a global leader in human rights, we must continue to do better. The changes that we are proposing in C-47 are about demonstrating Canada's commitment to human rights on the global stage, so that we can hold our heads high, knowing that we continue to do our part as we align ourselves with our closest partners and allies in NATO and the G7. In other words, this is about returning Canada to the forefront of international peace and security efforts. As we make these changes, and as we build lasting policies which will advance Canada's engagement on the responsible trade of conventional arms, we need to take the care to ensure that we take an approach which works for Canada. We must build policies which work within the context of Canadian institutions and embark upon an approach to the implementation of the ATT which is practical, long-lasting, and bureaucratically feasible. This is the first international treaty that explicitly acknowledges the social, economic, and humanitarian consequences of the illicit and unregulated trade in conventional arms. I think that it is important to remember that what lies at the heart of this treaty is not bureaucracy or the motivation of partisanship, but rather our collective obligation to advance the human security agenda, and the international community's collective agreement that we must stand together if we are to protect the rights of those who live in insecure areas and conflict zones. Mr. Speaker, there has been fear-mongering where this treaty is concerned. A debate which should have been centered on the protection on some of the world's most vulnerable people has instead been haunted by hollow, baseless speculation as to how this treaty might interfere with the rights and practices of Canadian gun owners. As U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry said, and I quote, "This treaty will not diminish anyone's freedom. In fact, the treaty recognizes the freedom of both individuals and states to obtain, possess, and use arms for legitimate purposes. Make no mistake, we would never think about supporting a treaty that is inconsistent with the rights of Americans, the rights of American citizens, to be able to exercise their guaranteed rights under our Constitution. This treaty reaffirms the sovereign right of each country to decide for itself, consistent with its own constitutional and legal requirements, how to deal with the conventional arms that are exclusively used within its borders." End quote. Mr. Speaker, if you are a legitimate, law-abiding gun owner or user here in Canada, this treaty will not impact you. The United States signed the treaty, Mr. Speaker, and given the centrality of gun ownership in the United States, I highly doubt that they would have done so had there been any domestic impact from this treaty. For anyone who may have misread or misunderstood the arms trade treaty upon first reading, let me take this opportunity to remind everyone that the preamble to the ATT both reaffirms the sovereign right of any state to regulate and control conventional arms exclusively within its territory pursuant to its own legal or constitutional system, and recognizes the legitimate political, security, economic, and commercial interests of states in the international trade in conventional arms. Mr. Speaker, from day one, this government has believed in evidence-based policy. Not only does that govern our outward-facing policy, but it affects how we operate internally as well. We do not have unlimited resources or personnel, and we have to use them very smartly and very efficiently. The NDP thinks differently. They want to force officials to review permits anytime new information comes to light that could affect the larger decision to grant a permit. Our officials, Mr. Speaker, are experts in their jobs. They know better than any one of us in this House what would constitute a meaningful enough change to trigger a review of either the export or the brokering permit. We should allow them to focus their energies in areas where changes are significant and carry a real risk of impacting the eventual result. By pulling them off these important reviews in order to engage in less critical work, we're simply raising the possibility of not catching something in the high-risk cases, something that could have an extremely detrimental effect and impact on the ground. Legislation, Mr. Speaker, must be reasonable. The minister has the power to review permits, and in fact, the minister has used that power. The Arms Trade Treaty encourages state parties to review permits when relevant information comes to light. When we have experts tell us that they have relevant information that mandates a review, rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that a review will be carried out. At committee, Mr. Speaker, we learned that experts wanted us to place the Arms Trade Treaty criteria into legislation so that we could have clear guidelines around which the decision to issue export-import permits could be assessed. We did that. These criteria are a serious violation of international humanitarian law, a serious violation of international human rights law, an act constituting an offence under international conventions or protocols relating to terrorism to which Canada is a party of, an act constituting an offence under international conventions or protocols relating to transnational organized crime to which Canada is a party, or serious acts of gender-based violence or serious acts of violence against women and children. Mr. Speaker, these are mandatory considerations. They must be taken into account before any decision is made. This amendment is at the very heart and the very core of the Arms Trade Treaty, as originally envisioned. It's a vital tool to help protect human rights all around the world. Of note is a language on gender-based violence that goes beyond the requirements of the Arms Trade Treaty. I'm particularly proud of this effort on our members' part in committee to ensure that our foreign policy and development agendas align. What else came out of committee, Mr. Speaker, you may ask? We now have a substantial risk clause in the legislation. What does that mean? This binds all future governments to the higher standards that we are setting out in this legislation. This clause prevents the government from allowing for that export or brokering if there is a substantial risk that it would lead to any of the acts that I have previously listed. Prior to this amendment, Mr. Speaker, there was no prohibition or allowing for export or brokering under these circumstances. It simply had to be considered as a factor. The Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. Speaker, is a powerful tool, and acceding to it is a meaningful statement of our values. It is a way we can keep weapons out of the hands of terrorists and those who seek to do harm to Canada and its allies. The Arms Trade Treaty is a way that we can reduce the risk that the trade of arms at the international level will be used to commit genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, we are blessed to live in a country where our strength is not only measured by our excellent defense forces or a resilient and growing economy, but, Mr. Speaker, our strength is measured by the people who inhabit this land, people who want to do good, not only in Canada, but around the world. Our citizens, Mr. Speaker, demand that we engage in the world, that we continue to strive for peace and justice. Mr. Speaker, that is the Canadian way, and that is the reason why this government is going to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague from Kitchener, my neighbour. Appreciate his input here and enjoy working with him in the area and Waterloo region. But, Mr. Speaker, earlier today, when we were debating this, it was clear that there was a misunderstanding in terms of those major countries who have signed and ratified this document. And I pointed out that the U.S. has not ratified, and I just want to give my colleague an opportunity to clarify that the U.S. and other major countries, major manufacturers and exporters of military and security equipment, have not ratified this particular treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad the honourable member asked that question. I, too, also enjoy working with the honourable member. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm burdened by science. I'm burdened by facts. Here's the facts, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. signed that treaty. The nuance in the American political system is to ratify a treaty, they need 2/3 of the vote in the Senate. That's why the majority of treaties are never ratified. But that does not mean that they don't follow the treaty, Mr. Speaker. They do follow the treaty. The G7 countries follow the treaty, NATO follows the treaty, all our allies follow the treaty, and the OECD follows the treaty, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I've been hearing from the other side is the strength and the robustness of the system. Well, if it's strong and it's robust, why don't we share our best practices with the rest of the world? Why don't we accede to this treaty? And why don't we help those countries that also want to join collectively in collective security around the world to also help them with our best practices to sign this treaty? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre for his intervention on this important debate. Control Arms is the international coalition of some 300 civil society partner organizations in all parts of the world, and they campaign for the creation and adoption of the Arms Trade Treaty. Today, Control Arms said this on social media, and I'd like to quote, Canada's arms treaty bill loopholes should be closed so that they fully comply and help lead the world in stopping arms that fuel atrocities. So how can the honourable member justify continuing with this bill when the main civil society partnership of some 300 organizations that built this treaty is telling them to close the loopholes? And does the minister, in response to the last question, does the member through you, Mr. Speaker, not understand the difference between passing a treaty and ratifying it, as the Americans have not and have never done?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the honourable member's intervention. I know the difference between signing and ratifying. The United States has signed it, but the nuance of their particular system is a little bit different, but they have adhered to the treaty. As when he talks about loopholes, Mr. Speaker, I know the NDP has difficulty understanding economics, so let me explain a little bit of economics. When he talks about loopholes, what he's specifically talking about is the United States, from what I gather. Mr. Speaker, the reason for this treaty is to close loopholes, is to make sure that we aspire to a treaty which is collective amongst the world nations, the G7, NATO, and its allies. When we talk about particularly the United States, and he's trying to use a different way to ask the question, so let me answer the question directly. Mr. Speaker, we have 2,500 different arrangements with the United States. We have been partners, we have been allies, Mr. Speaker. We have fought 2 world wars together, we fought the Korean War, we've been in other multilateral situations where we fought side by side. Mr. Speaker, our defense industries are intertwined, they're cross-border. 63,000 jobs in Canada depend on the defense industry, Mr. Speaker. It adds $6.7 billion to our collective GDP. And, Mr. Speaker, 640 small and medium-sized enterprises in Canada depend on this industry. So, Mr. Speaker, what I can honestly say to the honourable member, that this treaty will allow us to accede to a higher norm that is presently available, but it will also set an example for the rest of the world, for those countries who are also struggling to find a way to accede to this treaty, that we would share our best practices and we would make sure that this treaty prevents war and the alteration of international human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Arms Trade Treaty is an important treaty which sets high common standards for export controls and seeks to prevent the illicit trade in and diversion of arms. Our government is committed to acceding to the treaty and doing so in a manner which meets the requirements of the treaty and the expectations of Canadians and our friends and allies in the international community. This legislation, Bill C-47, is required in order for Canada to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. More people around the world are killed by conventional weapons, mainly small arms, than any other type of weapon. Let's be clear about what this bill aims to accomplish. It is to stop guns from getting into the hands of foreign terrorists, war criminals, organized crime, and rapists. I am, frankly, stunned that the Conservatives and the NDP both voted against this bill at report stage. I would have hoped that this bill would have passed unanimously. Every day that goes by, human rights defenders, women peace activists, and civilians are being killed. As I mentioned in my previous intervention in this House, I've worked in conflict-affected areas around the world, and the women there implored Canada not to wait, to stop delaying the ratification of this treaty. They told me that their countries don't manufacture weapons. Every gun that is used to commit sexual violence, given to a child soldier, or used by armed militia groups was brought into their country. This bill will allow Canada to finally ratify this vital global treaty, which will stop the trade in illicit weapons and, in particular, finally regulate the brokering of weapons that is happening right here in Canada simply because we are one of the last of our allies to ratify the treaty and to enact regulations on brokering. Even the Americans are ahead of us in this regard. In fact, the State Department has been working with Global Affairs Canada to help us revise and improve our brokering controls. In the U.S., they have already implemented controls that are consistent with the Arms Trade Treaty. And with that, I would like to address what the NDP are calling a loophole in the legislation, which is our separate defense security agreement with the United States. This agreement is completely consistent with the Arms Trade Treaty. In fact, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg have almost the same kind of arrangement. Just because we have a specialized agreement with the Americans does not mean that there will be a free flow of guns from Canada to the U.S. to human rights abusing countries, as the NDP would have us believe. In fact, we heard from the U.S. Office of Defense Trade Control Policy and the Office of Regional Security and Arms Transfers that their controls regarding diversion of arms are often stricter than Canada's. For example, the U.S. end-user controls, their Blue Lantern program, their controls on M&A and foreign sales of companies, and see-through rules on dual-use technology are actually more advanced than ours. The Americans share our interest in making sure that weapons don't end up in the hands of terrorists and criminals. So for the NDP to use this as an excuse to actually vote against this legislation is, to me, more rooted in partisanship than in an actual desire to see innocent civilian lives being saved around the world, especially since our committee worked so well together and actually passed some very substantive amendments to the bill at committee stage. And let me address what the NDP was saying about going back to the drawing board. The fact is that we need Bill C-47, especially the brokering controls that are contained within it, in order to be able to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. So if you vote against the bill, you are in essence voting against the Arms Trade Treaty because you need the bill in order to accede to the treaty. So I also would like to point out that the treaty, once Canada adheres to the treaty, it is binding on Canada. Every single clause within that treaty will be legally binding both under international law and, thanks to our committee work, also under Canadian law. The Conservatives' argument that this bill will in any way impact domestic gun ownership is equally fallacious. But in order to assuage these concerns, our committee also passed amendments to even further reinforce and clarify this fact. Not one of the witnesses said that Bill C-47 would create a new gun registry. Again, I'm disappointed that the Conservatives do not share our urgency about keeping weapons out of the hands of terrorists and war criminals.
Acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty has received broad support from civil society, NGOs, industry, and Canadians at second reading and at committee, but we have also heard the voice of those who are calling for us to go even further, to do better, and strengthen this bill. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken due note of what has been said, including by parliamentarians from various parties, including our own. We have followed through and at committee made additional amendments to Bill C-47 to strengthen it.
Mandatory export assessment considerations, such as the risk that the export could be used to commit a serious violation under international, humanitarian, or human rights law. These are listed in Article 7 of the Arms Trade Treaty, which includes undermining peace and security, committing violations of international humanitarian and human rights law, terrorism, organized crime, and acts of gender-based violence. The government had originally planned to put these Chapter 7 criteria, including human rights, into regulation. But our committee heard from civil society that they would like to see the Arms Trade Treaty criteria placed directly into legislation. We amended the bill by placing the ATT assessment criteria directly in legislation. And let me be clear, with this bill, the Arms Trade Treaty is binding on Canada, both under international law and under Canadian law. To say that Bill C-47 is not fully consistent with the Arms Trade Treaty is absolutely untrue. In fact, with our committee amendments, we actually exceed the requirements under the treaty. For example, I am pleased that the committee accepted my amendment to add into legislation the ATT requirement that the Article 7 criteria be subject to an overriding risk test that applies when there is a determination that there is a risk of certain negative consequences to the export. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the work of our committee shows what a significant difference we can make by adding or changing just a few words. We amended the bill to add the words substantial risk, meaning that rather than the minister determining whether there is conclusive evidence that a certain arms export is being used for human rights abuses, now the minister must determine if there is a substantial risk of such abuses, which is much broader. Even more importantly, we propose that the wording be changed from may to shall. One single word change that is going to make a tremendous difference. It now says that the Minister of Foreign Affairs shall take into account all of the assessment criteria before issuing an export permit, as opposed to the more enabling may take into account. Again, this is an indication of the tremendous work of our committee.
This amendment places a requirement on the minister that doesn't currently exist. It means the government will not allow the export of listed goods if there's a substantial risk that those goods could be used to violate human rights. With the strengthened version of Bill C-47, the Minister of Foreign Affairs would be required to ensure that we're very confident that the listed goods would not be used in human rights violations.
Mr. Speaker, to our knowledge, Canada will be the only country among our key allies to place the ATT risk test in domestic legislation. In addition to placing the core ATT assessment considerations in legislation, we also wanted to add some measure of flexibility to these considerations in the future without the requirement of having to return to Parliament. Monsieur le Président, les modifications...
Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to this bill don't just meet the ATT requirements, they go well beyond in some cases. Acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty will send a clear signal to the international community of Canada's strong commitment to responsible trade in conventional arms.
A number of areas demonstrates we are fully fulfilling an additional challenge that we have set for ourselves to do even better. J'entends bien poursuivre le travail.
I look forward to continuing our work with members here in the House on this important legislation in order to finally put in place measures Canada needs to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the speech from the Honourable Member from Ottawa West Nepean, during which she claimed that the NDP was wrong in calling these things loopholes and that we're engaged in partisanship. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask her if she agrees with Project Plowshares as well as Control Arms, civil society group, 300 strong, that today talked and asked Canada to not proceed because they needed to close these loopholes, that the bill is weak and is an embarrassment. And so it's not the NDP on a partisan basis, Mr. Speaker, who's saying that. It's Project Plowshares and Control Arms. So how does she respond to those people with their trenchant criticism of this bill?
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that our committee heard from multiple organizations and groups and listened to those groups in the amendments that I outlined in my speech. And in fact, Oxfam International testified before the committee that this would be binding on Canada and said that we should proceed with the legislation and proceed with making sure that Canada is adhering to the treaty. Mr. Speaker, one of my first goals when I became elected was to make sure that Canada did not delay in adhering to the treaty. And I really would regret that the NDP are looking at further delays and possibly even not being able to pass it in this mandate in this Parliament. I implore this House to vote for Bill C-47 so that we don't have to wait any longer in having Canada a member of this treaty, of this international norm and collective arrangement. Thank you.
It being 1:15, pursuant to standing order adopted previously, it's my duty to interrupt the deliberations and put forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of this bill at third reading. The question is the following one. Ms. Freeland.
That Bill C-47, an act to amend the export and import permits and the Criminal Code amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, be now read a third time and do pass. Okay. Madame Laverdière, appuyée par...
Ms. Laverdière moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting with this House declined to give third reading to Bill C-47, an act to amend the Export and Import Permits Act and the Criminal Code, amendments permitting the accession to the Arms Trade Treaty and other amendments, because A, it doesn't require the minister to reassess existing export permits should new information on human rights violations come to light after those exports. And B, does not allow for exports of military goods to the United States to be tracked for military goods exported to the U.S. And C, goes against the spirit and letter of the Arms Trade Treaty.
Amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay. There we go. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the division stands deferred until Monday, June 11, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous support to call it 1:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Do we have unanimous consent? We agree. We have unanimous consent. The House will now proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day. Oh, we have a point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the remainder of the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the motion to concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology presented on Thursday, November 23, 2017, be deemed to have been taken place and the motion be deemed agreed to on division.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Resuming debate on motion M110 in the name of Mr. Richards. Instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Loss of an infant child.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, much has been said about the painful compounding of tragedy when government policy and legislation lacks coherence as it pertains to the actual people it is intended to serve. I'd like to use my time to share with this chamber just how tragically things could unfold and how helpless and devastated people may feel when faced with a tragedy and subsequently victimized by existing flawed legislation. Just before I do this, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote from the good book, a little passage from James 4:17 that says, "Therefore, to one who knows to do the right thing and does not do it, to them it is sin." In our case, if it is within your power to correct a great injustice and we fail to do it, how much more unjust are our actions? Speaker, my wife, Almut, and I were soulmates back in 1978, and this unbelievable love only grew. I still remember when my wife-to-be began walking down the aisle at our wedding in that September day of 1993, and she was so radiantly beautiful, she took my very breath away. We couldn't wait to be married and grow in our love for each other and expand that love beyond ourselves by having a good number of children. From natural birth and adoption, we have 7 children, Mr. Speaker. The following June, we welcomed Christopher into the world, and our joy was overflowing. He was healthy, so was Mom, and we were looking forward to being parents. He was a handful, but we were willing and quick learners. Speaker, I don't mind saying that with the help from some of our great mentors, friends, and family, motherhood and fatherhood fit us like a glove. To Ahmed and I, next to our love for each other, was the love for our children and the awesome quest of helping them grow into principled, contributing, and ethical adults. It wasn't too long thereafter that Almut became pregnant once more, and we were more excited than ever to greet the next edition of the Sweet family. We were a bit concerned because Almut seemed to be growing at too fast a rate as her pregnancy progressed, but this was only marginally dampening our spirits compared to the opportunity of a new child. She did visit an obstetrician early as suggested and as referred by our GP, and sure enough, she was diagnosed through amniocentesis and ultrasound with polyhydramniosis, too much amniotic fluid too early. We, of course, were concerned, but the doctor did comfort us that there was a low percentage of complication with such a condition and that he would watch Almut and the new girl closely. We found that it was a girl due to the tests that were needed to determine the cause of the increased fluid production. Knowing a girl was coming was even excited us more, and we did the usual thing, Mr. Speaker. We painted the bedroom pink and made sure we had all of the corresponding toys to welcome a female infant. Speaker, the following months were lots of appointments to continue to monitor Almut and the baby with the fluid buildup. It is my recollection that other than these appointments, it didn't seem like our health team was overly concerned, so we were not either. Consequently, our expectations grew and grew, as did our preparations. Speaker, it was, I believe, around 2 a.m. in the morning in the 7th month of the baby's term, although I must admit I'm still hazy in the details, when I heard one of those screams that no one ever particularly likes to hear, particularly if it comes from the one that you love the most. I ran into the direction of the scream. My wife was in the bathroom at that time, and she was in shock. And I was quite shocked as well to see the feet of the baby exposed from her. You see, Speaker, because of the abundance of amniotic fluid, her membrane had burst with such force, it had forced our daughter, who hadn't turned yet, breached into the birth canal. This was a terrifying predicament for young parents to find themselves in with little to no medical knowledge. I did all I could to bring comfort to Almut and assure her that I would move heaven and earth to save our baby's life and to keep her safe as well. Fortunately, my sister, who was staying with us at the time, ran in to see what was going on. She called an ambulance and she actually got our obstetrician on the phone as well. The doctor wasn't calm. I had to assure him so I could calm him down, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately, he came around, and then he began to give me instructions. First, he said I needed to reach up and unhook each arm. Speaker, it felt like those little arms were going to come off at any moment. Nonetheless, I was able to free her left arm and then her right arm. Immediately upon releasing her right arm, her little body looked like it was going to blast out across the room. It moved down so fast. Of course, it didn't, because when a baby's breached, the jaw hangs up on the pelvic bone, which is why the baby needs to turn for a good, successful birth. I said to the doctor, listen, there must be some kind of manipulation or process. What can I do now? I don't want to tear her fragile little head off of her body. To my surprise, Mr. Speaker, he hung up on me. To this day, I don't know why. Maybe it was because he was afraid of some kind of responsibility, or he panicked himself. But I was there alone with my bride who was panicking and my young daughter who was trapped in the birth canal, who was beginning to suffocate. Speaker, there are a lot more details that I could share around this story. The ambulance came, but of course it was too late. My wife was in shock, but thank the Lord, she recovered completely, physically and psychologically. All of our hopes and dreams for our daughter vanished. It was like we were in a very dark tunnel all alone. Oh, we had many friends to comfort us, but the gut-wrenching emotional pain of the loss was so great that it was like we were in another dimension. We knew they were there, but we could hardly hear their voices. And this heartbreaking, mind-numbing, strength-sapping emotion took a long, long time to begin to lift. Today, Ruth Gisela's suite rests in Meadowvale Cemetery in Brampton, Ontario. Thankfully, the faith that we live by assures us that we'll be together again. Speaker, I share this painful story with the House, not for any personal comfort or catharsis, but so all members may have a clear understanding what it's like when annually hundreds of Canadian mothers and fathers go through such an event like this. It is my hope that knowing this, there won't be any resistance to pass the motion, this motion that's before the House, so a great injustice can be corrected quickly, completely, and properly. After going through this kind of trauma, Speaker, no one should be faced with a form letter that advises them that on top of their immense pain, they'll now have to face financial hardship due to being cut off government benefits. How cruel and malevolent it must seem to people who've gone through such suffering to have to experience that as well. Let's do all we can to quickly pass this motion, get the study started, and make recommendations in order to assure this injustice comes to an end once and for all. Thank you.
Nous avons un appel au règlement.
I have a point of order from the Minister of International Development. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to mention to the House that it was impossible to come to an agreement under Standing Order 781 and 782 with respect to the report stage and third reading of Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequences. Under the provisions of Standing Order 783, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise du débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise to speak on the motion that is brought forward by the member for Banff Erdrien. I want to begin by commending him for his advocacy and his dedication to this important issue. And, you know, I know it comes from a place of great sincerity. The death of any child is a tragedy. As any parent would tell you, it is something that is almost literally unthinkable,
not because it never happens, but rather because the mere process of thinking about losing your child is simply too upsetting for words. Somehow, this becomes even more true when it comes to losing a child suddenly, as is the case with sudden infant death syndrome. Not only is there an unimaginable grief that any parent would feel after losing a child, there is the shock of the abruptness, the suddenness of it all. The shock from your entire world being turned upside down in an instant. All of us have heard the terrifying stories from parents who've had to experience such pain firsthand. I was listening very carefully to the member for Flamborough-Glanbrook just now, and touched by his words as well. And my heart goes out to him and to his community and to every family who is touched by this very tragic syndrome. This is what makes a motion like M110 so important. It shines a light on an issue that too often doesn't get enough attention. Our society doesn't handle grieving very well. Grief, yes, because tears and raw emotion make for affecting pictures and memorable headlines, but actual grieving, the personal way people handle loss over the longer term, is something that usually takes place hidden away in the shadows. It's not something that gets brought out into the open very often. And M110, in its own way, confronts this tendency head-on. It does so by asking us to think about how we support parents who've lost an infant child, particularly when they have lost a child to sudden or unexpected causes. It's not a comfortable conversation to have by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a necessary one. And that is why, with a few very minor amendments that I hope the member opposite will have no problem supporting, and I'll get to those in a few moments, our government will be indeed supporting Motion 110. Our government supports this motion. Our government supports this motion because it aligns with what our government has done since taking office, and that is wanting to engage and consult with Canadians to make sure that we have an employment insurance system that is flexible enough and responsible enough to be there for them when they need it most. And again, I want to commend the sponsoring member for having this discussion, because it has brought into light the importance of this issue and is a way in which we can collaborate. And if only we had more occasions where we could cooperate in a bipartisan fashion, I think this place, not only would we get done more in this chamber, but I think Canadians would applaud it all around. And this is what has driven us to create a new EI caregiver benefit to allow people to care for loved ones during times of suffering for up to 15 weeks. It's why we replaced the Parents of Critically Ill Children benefit with a new and enhanced employment assurance family caregiver benefit for children that expands the eligible support network to include all family members rather than just parents. Nous avons facilité l'accès aux avantages.
We've made it easier to access caregiver benefits by allowing nurse practitioners to sign medical certificates rather than just medical doctors. This simplifies and expedites the application process. We've enhanced bereavement leave in the Canada Labour Code, which will allow employees in federally regulated sectors to take bereavement leave of up to 5 days, rather than just 3 days, following the death of an immediate family member. We also introduced new family responsibility leave that will allow employees to take up to 3 days of additional unpaid leave to address family responsibilities without fear of losing their jobs. In Budget 2018, we extended Working Well on Claim EI provisions to include maternity and sickness benefits, which will give mothers and those dealing with an illness or injury the flexibility to plan their return to work while also keeping more of their EI benefits.
Most recently, just a few weeks ago, we introduced the new Canada benefit for parents of young victims of crime, which will replace the existing income supports for parents of missing and murdered children with a system that is more flexible, more generous, and more accessible. With each of these changes, we wanted to make it easier for Canadians to balance family life with work responsibilities. None of these new or enhanced programs, of course, could even begin to help parents fully process the loss of a child. But in some way, they can help parents begin the healing process. I'll also note that these changes were introduced following consultations with Canadians, with employers and employees to make sure that everyone involved had their voices heard. That is why our government supports this motion, because by talking about these issues and hearing from the people affected by it, we can ensure that the government programs and services currently in place are flexible enough to meet the needs of Canadians when they need it most. We want to commend the member from Banff Airdrie for his tireless advocacy on behalf of grieving parents in support of this motion. As I noted earlier, while we fully support this motion's intent, we're hoping that the member will be open to making 2 small changes to his motion that would acknowledge the spirit of committee independence and ensure that in its study, the Standing Committee is open to studying the full range of benefits and services available to help grieving parents. Therefore, I move the following, seconded by the member for Central Nova, that the motion be amended by replacing the words, in quotes, instructed to undertake a study, with the words, in quotes, requested to undertake a study, and secondly, by replacing the words, in quotes, particularly from employment insurance parental benefits, with the words, in quotes, including employment insurance parental benefits. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty to inform the honourable member that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Banff Airdrie if he or she consents to this amendment being moved.
I do consent, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Okay. Motion 110 from moved by Mr. Mendicino and seconded by the honourable member for Central Nova, Mr. Fraser, that private member's motion 110, M110, be amended by A, replacing the words instructed to undertake a study with the words requested to undertake a study, and B, replacing the words particularly from employment insurance parental benefits with the words including employment insurance parental benefits. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to debate Motion 110, a motion brought forward by my honourable colleague, the member for Banff Airdrie. If it wasn't for his diligent work, this pressing issue might have gone overlooked, and for that, I say thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, parenthood is one of life's greatest treasures. Speaking from my own experience as a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 10, I can certainly say that parenthood is a gift from God. The joy and even the anxiety of being a new parent is an irreplaceable experience. I know some of the other honourable members in this House are parents as well, and they can also understand what a wonderful moment it is to welcome a child into this world. Now imagine losing your beautiful baby in just weeks, days, or even minutes after they're born. Well, unfortunately in Canada, the sudden loss of a child is the tragic reality for some parents. It's a reality I'm sure no member in this House would wish on any parent. It's hard to even think about what you would say to a grieving couple in this situation. As members, we may not have the ability to legislate away this reality, although we can do a better job in supporting bereaved parents in Canada by assuring that no government programming will cause them unnecessary and additional stress. Motion 110 is an impactful first step in that direction. It's an opportunity for us, who are so privileged to sit in this House to rise above partisan politics and stand united in seeking to provide compassion and support to bereaved parents. This motion is asking the House to have the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities undertake a study on the impacts that parents who suffer the loss of an infant child face, so that they, the parents who have lost their children, are not subject to any undue financial or emotional hardship because of poor government programming, particularly from Employment Insurance Parental Benefits Program. Studying this issue will be beneficial as the committee will officially hear from parents who have lost infants, organizations who advocate on behalf of bereaved families, experts in the area of grief counseling, and officials responsible for our government programs. There are numerous cases in which parents have suddenly lost a child. I'm familiar with many myself. But today I would like to draw attention to Rachel and Rob Samluk's experience. And I'm going to quote a few paragraphs of Rachel's story. Our son Aaron was diagnosed with bilateral renal agenesis, which means he was missing kidneys at 20 weeks gestation. This condition is deemed incompatible with life. Despite pressure to terminate the pregnancy, we decided to continue the pregnancy with the support of the perinatal hospice program at Roger Nielsen House. Despite the fact that our son was critically ill, I was ineligible to receive compassionate care benefits or benefits to care for a critically ill child as he was ill in utero. I continued to work full-time hours until 33 weeks gestation while attending numerous medical appointments because I had no other option. Aaron was born on Father's Day, June 19, 2016. We spent 100 precious minutes with Aaron. He had beautiful strawberry blonde hair and looked so much like our older son, Gabriel. Gabriel met him, as did his grandparents and his aunts and uncles. It was hard, but it was beautiful. Aaron passed away in our arms, surrounded by love. When Aaron died on the day he was born, my total of 15 weeks of maternity benefits started counting down. I was ineligible for parental leave benefits as my son had died. When I returned to work after 15 weeks, Rob, her husband, was in nursing school and our other son was only 2 years old at the time. I had to repeatedly tell co-workers why I had returned months earlier than planned. I cried alone daily in the washroom and took a pay cut so that I would only have to work 4 days a week. If an infant dies while a parent is on parental leave, the parental benefits stop that day. They are left with 3 sick days of bereavement leave and up to 15 weeks of sickness EI benefits, if they're told about them and apply for them. Singing to my dying son and then later putting yellow roses on his tiny casket as we buried him left me barely the strength to cry, let alone navigate applying for sickness benefits. I was never told about these additional benefits by my employer, which is the Federal Public Service. Despite the recent addition of 2 more bereavement days through Bill C-63, Budget Implementation Act 2017 number 2, 5 days of bereavement leave is just not enough. Until you have to plan a funeral for your child and bury them, it's hard to fathom the extended grief that accompanies this type of loss. With the support of our friends and families, Rob and I organized the first charity walk-run for pregnancy and infant loss in Ottawa, called the Butterfly Run Ottawa-Gatineau. The Butterfly Run originally started in Belleville, Ontario in 2016. The run was created to support individuals and families experiencing infertility, pregnancy, and infant loss, and to provide a community for those experiencing such losses. On October 14, 2017, exactly 1 year after I returned to work following the loss of Aaron, Aaron's Butterfly Run Ottawa-Gatineau was held. Approximately 400 people participated in the run, and more than $30,000 was raised for pregnancy and infant loss programs at Roger Nielsen House." End quote. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the downfalls of government being too big. Looking at Rachel and Rob's experience, we can see that big government programs can sometimes paint broad strokes of people, causing those who need special assistance to be overlooked. Evidently, the current system is not designed to serve parents who undergo such a loss. It has a blind spot that we have now all been made aware of thanks to this motion. Rachel works for the Government of Canada and was not even made aware of the benefits that were due to her. If it's like this in the public sector, imagine the difficulties for those in the private sector. Rachel and Rob have stepped up in an incredible way, and it's now on us who sit in this House to do the same. We have an opportunity to stand in the gap on behalf of these families. This is the moment where all parties can come together for the benefit of Canada. In listening to other honourable members speak to Motion 110, I can see that there's a fundamental belief across all party lines that we need to support those families who suffer from such a loss. We shouldn't have to debate whether or not we should study this issue.
Here.
Therefore, I invite all members to join me in support of Motion 110 so that we can move forward on finding some concrete solutions for these families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member from Banff Airdrie for putting forward this motion and making this conversation possible. I'd also like to thank him for being open to a few technical amendments that I trust don't change the spirit of the bill. And though I didn't plan to share this as part of my remarks today, having had the opportunity to listen to the members opposite share their deeply personal experiences leaves me near speechless, and I want to say thank you kindly for the personal part you put around this as well. The member's motion concerns parents who've suffered the loss of an infant child, such as in the case of sudden infant death syndrome, and ensuring that they have enough support in their time of greatest need. Private Member's Motion 110 is asking that the Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development undertake a study to consider the impact on these parents and explore new ways that we can support them. I think we can all agree that the experience these parents go through is unimaginable, and the suffering is something that no person should ever have to endure. I want those parents and the member who quite rightly brought this issue to the floor of the House to know that I support and that we support Motion 110. We know that no amount of financial support is adequate to remedy the loss that a parent experiences when they lose their child. However, every effort needs to be made to support those parents during this time of need. Mr. Speaker, there are measures in place now, but we have to ask ourselves constantly whether they're enough. Are they effective in supporting parents who are undergoing an experience of tremendous grief? And are there better ways that we can do justice by these citizens? Now, these are some of the questions that we need to be asking, and we fully support Motion 110's call for an in-depth study along these lines. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we made a promise to Canadians to support the middle class and those working hard to join it. And part of fulfilling this promise, in my mind, is ensuring that parents and their families are supported during their greatest time of need. When a parent loses an infant child to a random or tragic event, the emotional pain can be crippling for life. They shouldn't have to worry about losing their job because they need to take time away from work. They shouldn't have to worry about not having enough to pay the bills at home because their paychecks have stopped coming in because they've been away from their job. We need to be there as a government for these Canadians, and while there are some supports available, we always need to be asking whether it's enough. The existing supports include bereavement and sick leaves under the Canada Labour Code, as well as employment insurance, sickness benefits, along with community-based and employer supports for some employees. Now, our government has made a number of changes to help families. For example, we have created a new EI caregiver, family caregiver benefit of up to 15 weeks to care for and support an adult family member who's become critically injured or killed. We made it easier to access caregiving benefits by allowing both medical doctors and nurse practitioners to sign medical certificates. And on top of this, recent amendments to the Canada Labour Code ensure that workers in federally regulated sectors have the job protection they need while they're receiving caregiving, parental or maternity benefits. The code's also been amended to help employees in the federally regulated private sector to find the right balance between their work, family, and other personal responsibilities. Now, when these changes come into force,
employees will be entitled to enhanced bereavement leave, a new leave for family responsibilities, and the ability to request flexible work arrangements from their employer. All of these measures can provide important support for a parent who has suffered the loss of an infant child. And these are only some of the measures our government's taken to better support Canadians when they need it most. Before I go into the conclusion of the short remarks I've prepared, I'd just like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I always try to approach the motions and bills that we debate in this House dispassionately in consideration of what's in the public interest and not the personal interest. I have been extraordinarily lucky. A few short years ago, my wife and I welcomed my daughter into the world, who's a little more than 2 years old now. And it was quite a surprise the day she was born. We weren't expecting it. She came into this world while my wife was 6 months pregnant. When she was born, she was a little more than 2 pounds. And I got a phone call on my way to this chamber saying, "Can you meet me at the hospital?" I rushed there as soon as I could, and I'll never forget for the rest of my life watching my daughter open her eyes, look at me when I said hello and tell her that her mother loved her, and then watching the doctors and nurses present perform a miracle to save her life. Mr. Speaker, I know that all Canadians aren't as lucky as my family. To the extent by supporting this motion, I can, in a small way, help the parents who have lost their child. I know I will have done the right thing. Losing a child is unspeakably painful, and we understand that there is no support that will suffice. We have to do every reasonable thing within our power to ensure that the needs are met when parents can't make it work due to their crippling grief. The first step we have to do is to explore new ideas on how this can be done, and that's why I'm in favor, and the government is in favor of the member's motion in this regard. Again, I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the member from Banff-Airdrie for raising this issue, and I want to thank him for being open to technical amendments. The motion addresses an incredibly important and very worthwhile issue, and for all grieving parents affected by such tragedies, I hope that all of us on all sides of this House can come together to support it. It is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The right to reply, the honourable member for Banff-Airdrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by thanking all of my colleagues who have spoken in support of this motion today, and in particular, my colleague, the member for Flamborough-Glanbrook, for sharing his tragic personal story. I know how much courage that would have taken, so thank you. And as we wrap up this debate today on this very important motion, I want to start by telling the story of parent advocate Paula Harmon from Nova Scotia. Paula has become one of the most incredible advocates for this issue and for Motion 110, and she's worked tirelessly. She's retold her story multiple times to members of Parliament in her home province and beyond, and she's pushed them to support Motion 110. And Paula's story deserves to be told, and it's one that grieving parents all across our country unfortunately face every day. Parents often grieve and struggle in silence, but thanks to the hard work of people like Paula and others, their struggles are made public, and we have an opportunity to support parents and stand beside them. Now, Paula was admitted to the hospital when she was pregnant with Grace and her twin at 17 weeks. And by the time that she was born, Paula had used up any available maternity leave that she had, as it was a high-risk pregnancy. And Paula applied for sick leave after Grace's passing, and she had to go through multiple layers of bureaucratic hurdles, and she had to explain her story over and over and over again. And she was finally told to get a doctor's note, so she did. But then the response was that the note was not sufficient to qualify for sick leave. Paula tried to explain this to the government agent, and both of them were fighting through tears. And she had to explain what her scenario was, and then the agent, who felt so terrible for her, explained to Paula that if she could just adjust and use another reason that maybe could be put on the note, maybe she might qualify for sick leave. She was told to go back to her doctor and get another note that read stress instead of bereavement of daughter. Yes, that's right, Mr. Speaker. Sick leave for stress qualifies, but because of the ridiculousness of the process, bereavement of a daughter does not. And beyond that, Paula also had to navigate the complex bureaucracy, and she was already, of course, in a time where she was racked with grief. And no one should have to do that, Mr. Speaker. No one. That uncertainty and that complexity is just plain wrong. And again, this is a story that I've heard over and over again all across Canada. And I'd like to just sum it up briefly in Paula's words. This is her own words. It's not necessarily more money that parents of loss are looking for. We want to be able to tell the Standing Committee where the system isn't working, or working in a way that is further traumatizing, and finding ways to have more compassion when it is all that a parent may be able to do just to get out of bed. Now, we've come a long way since this motion was first introduced. Since then, I've heard so many stories from parents who've experienced the same frustrations, and their plea is the same: a system that's more compassionate and a system that makes it easier for them. Our bureaucracy is never easy to navigate, even on a good day. And to expect grieving parents to be able to do that with minimal direction or support is simply absurd. And that's what this motion aims to do: provide support to parents in a compassionate way which allows them to properly grieve, to heal, and to be able to move at their own pace. Now, this isn't an easy issue to talk about. It often causes discomfort. And when I hear stories about parents who have to repeat this story over and over and over again to colleagues, to Service Canada agents, to banks and other strangers, I hear one common theme. Most parents are not ready to share their story. And the parents can all tell you how difficult it was to share their stories the first time, and I don't believe that it gets any easier. Now, Motion 110 will help parents by allowing them to share their stories when they are ready, because only then can they begin to heal and recover. Now, I have to conclude by once again commending the bravery of all the parent advocates who've contacted me and other MPs, repeated their stories, and have stood up for other parents. Each year in almost every single community across Canada, there are memorial runs, vigils, walks, and other events to commemorate these babies that were taken from us far too soon. They also raise awareness. And without the work that these groups have done, Motion 110 would not be being here debated today. We're lucky to have such great advocates like Paula, whose story I mentioned, like Sarah Cormier from Airdrie, who brought this idea forward, like Rob and Rachel Samuelek from Ottawa, and so many others that I've worked with. They've all shown incredible courage in taking a lead and being a voice for other grieving parents. Now, all of these parents had the courage to speak up and to do more. And I hope that members in this House will now have the courage to stand alongside grieving parents and support Motion 110. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a study of the impact on parents who have suffered the loss of an infant child, including in the case of sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, to consider, among other things, 1, ways to improve the level of compassion and support for parents who have suffered the loss of an infant child. 2, ways to ensure the parents do not suffer any undue financial or emotional hardship as a result of the design of government programming, particularly from employment insurance parental benefits, that the committee hold a minimum 6 meetings to hear from witnesses that include parents who have lost an infant to SIDS, organizations who advocate for SIDS families, experts in the area of grief counseling, as well as officials responsible for the Employment Insurance Parental Benefits Program, and that the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House within 6 months of the adoption of the motion, and that it be instructed to request a comprehensive government response to its report pursuant to Standing Order 109. Amendment, Mr. Mendocino, seconded by Mr. Fraser, Central Nova, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by A, replacing the words instructed to undertake with the words requested to undertake, and B, replacing the words particularly from employment insurance parental benefits with the words including employment insurance benefits. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes, I believe. I declare the amendment carried. Very good. The question on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Nader, moved that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be requested to undertake a study of the impact on parents who have suffered the loss of an infant child, including in the case of sudden infant death syndrome, SIDS, to consider, among other things, 1, ways to improve the level of compassion and support for parents who have suffered the loss of an infant child, and 2, ways to ensure that parents do not suffer any undue financial or emotional hardships as a result of the design of government programming, including employment insurance, parental benefits, that the committee hold a minimum of 6 meetings to hear from witnesses that includes parents who have lost an infant to SIDS, organizations who advocate for SIDS families, experts in the area of grief counseling, as well as officials responsible for employment insurance, parental benefits programs, and the committee report its findings and recommendations to the House within 6 months of the adoption of this motion, and that it be instructed to request a comprehensive government response to its report, pursuant to Standing Order 109. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion as amended? I declare the motion as amended carried.
It being 2:02 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.